clerk will read the order of the day.
Government Business Order of the Day number 2, standing in the name of Mr Burgoyne, the Northern Territory Aboriginal Sacred Sites Legislation Amendment Bill 2025, Serial 23, to move the bill be read a second time.
Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move the bill be read a second time.
I call the next member to speak in the debate. Member for Arafura.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak on the Northern Territory Aboriginal Sacred Sites Legislation and Amendment Bill 2025. The opposition has profound concerns about the substance of this bill and the deeply flawed manner in which it arrived before this House. It is legislation crafted without respect, without adequate consultation, and without genuinely listening to the voices of those who will be affected most, the Aboriginal custodians of sacred sites across the Territory. This bill represents significant failures of respect, process, and cultural understanding. It amends the Northern Territory Aboriginal Sacred Sites Act 1989, a cornerstone of cultural heritage protection. Rather than enhancing protection or strengthening Aboriginal authority, this bill takes a significant step backwards. It undermines established safeguards, marginalises Aboriginal voices, and invites conflicts in places where there should be genuine consent. The opposition has engaged extensively with Aboriginal people across the Territory, and the message we heard is clear. Aboriginal communities do not want this legislation in its current form. They rightly see it as diminishing their say over critical decisions affecting their land, culture, and law. This bill claims to modernise sacred site protections, but what it actually does is reduce Aboriginal input over critical decisions affecting their land, culture, and law. It undermines the very principles on which this Sacred Sites Act was built: respect for Aboriginal cultural authority, protection of country, and the importance of informed consultation. Labor supports modernising and improving sacred sites protections. Administrative efficiency and clarity are important. However, genuine reform must emerge from meaningful co-design processes with Aboriginal custodians, the holders of cultural knowledge, the guardians of stories, and those with spiritual responsibility for their country. By this measure, the bill spectacularly fails. So, Deputy Speaker, for these and for other reasons I will highlight, Labor will oppose this legislation. Let me make it very clear, though, our opposition to this bill is not the opposition to economic development, including development on Aboriginal land. We fully support responsible development that can grow the Territory economy, create jobs, and deliver long-term benefits to all Territorians. Economic process and cultural heritage protections are not mutually exclusive. They go hand in hand, ensuring respect for traditional owners, their land, and their cultural rights. So let's look at the problems with this legislation. Deputy Speaker, there is no genuine consultation with stakeholders, no exposure draft shared for public input, and no meaningful engagement with the APA, Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority, the statutory body charged with protecting sacred sites. Land Council were blindsided, given a mere week's notice before the bill's introduction. Traditional owners were effectively shut out of discussions entirely. This approach is not consultation. The truth is this: this bill was drafted behind closed doors with zero input from Aboriginal Territorians. Submissions to the Scrutiny Committee revealed widespread and unanimous opposition. The Northern and Central Land Council opposed the bill outright. The Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority, which administrators sacred site protections, expressed concerns. Organisations such as Larrakia Nation and Environmental Defenders Office joined the chorus for opposition, calling unanimously for the bill's withdrawal and a restart based on genuine consultation and co-design. The committee's submissions clearly articulated the bill disrespects cultural authority, weakens protections for sacred sites, and even risks violating federal law. Critical provisions such as transferring authority certificates without reconsultation, adding parties to certificates without custodial input, and using enforceable undertakings without transparency were uniformly criticised as undermining the principles of free, prior and informed consent. Faced with this avalanche of opposition, one might expect the government in good faith to pause, reflect and engage. But not this government. Instead, CLP members on the Scrutiny Committee voted down the motion to hold a public hearing on the bill, effectively denying traditional owners, elders and cultural authorities their right to speak directly to parliamentary members. Scrutiny committees should measure their success by how many people engage with their inquiries. With the CLP majority on these committees, somehow they're running scared because they know the public and the communities do not support them. Let me be clear. It means traditional owners, elders and Aboriginal organisations with deep cultural authority and lived experience of sacred sites protections were denied the opportunity to speak directly to this Parliament. This choice by government prioritises speed and developer interest over transparency and respect. It is a betrayal of democratic integrity and profound betrayal of Aboriginal Territorians. That is a shameful choice. When nearly every Aboriginal organisation engaged in land and cultural protection tells you that you've got it wrong, the answer should not be shut the door and press ahead. The answer is to listen, to sit down, to co-design. That is what government with integrity would do. Deputy Speaker, when you legislate about sacred sites, you legislate about the identity, ceremony, and stories stretching back 60,000 years and beyond our lifetimes. When legislating about sacred sites, you must listen to the people who carry the law and the culture. Let's call it what it is. This is not consultation. It's a box-ticking exercise. It's an arrogant top-down approach that echoes the worst in Territory's past, a past we are meant to have moved beyond. I will now turn to the bill's content. Firstly, this bill contains provisions that directly weaken cultural protections. Clause 7, Section 24A, allows authority certificates to be transferred between parties without requiring further consultations with Aboriginal custodians. On its surface, it might appear to streamline administrative processes. However, the reality is deeply problematic. Let me be clear. This means the developer can take certificate issued decades ago and hand it over to another party and do the same work in the same place without checking back in with the people who hold cultural responsibility for that land. What if the certificate was issued in 1993 and the knowledge holders have since passed away? What if the work has changed? What if the site has become more significant in communities' eyes? None of that matters under this bill. It strips traditional owners of the rights to be heard on their own country. Aboriginal custodians, whose sacred sites these certificates are designed to protect, would not have a say. Deputy Speaker, authority certificates are not commercial licenses. They are culturally sensitive instruments grounded in direct consultation with custodians. They are based on understanding that particular people in particular contexts were given consent to undertake specific activities on sacred land. Allowing certificates to be passed from one party to another without custodial input undermines the principle of free, prior and informed consent. It severs the relationship between people and place. It opens the door for companies to rely on certificates that may be decades outdated. Issued when land use was different, cultural knowledge was not as well documented, or the knowledge holders themselves have passed on. The bill also introduces a new concept, the recorded party. Again, a developer can add names to the certificate after being issued without asking custodians. This is not cultural safety. This is not protection. It also contradicts Aboriginal cultural protocols grounded in relationship, trust, context, and rapport. Consent given in one context does not automatically carry over to a new one. The bill fails to clarify adequately the obligations and responsibilities of these additional recorded parties. We risk a situation where multiple parties hold authority under certificates, yet custodians are not even informed or consulted. This undermines trust and diminishes respect for cultural authority and principle of informed consent, bypassed in the interest of bureaucratic convenience. As we heard in the submissions to the Scrutiny Committee, this measure could allow subcontractors or joint venture partners to be added to a certificate, again without speaking to the people whose land and stories are at stake. Madam Speaker, Labor supports streamlining, but not at the expense of cultural authority. Those provisions should not proceed unless traditional owners are properly notified and their consent sought. The opposition is also concerned that the bill introduces enforceable undertakings, essentially backdoor deals that replace prosecution for damaging sacred sites. This risks creating loopholes. Instead of prosecuting companies for damaging sacred sites, companies can now negotiate agreements privately with APA, sidelining the involvement of affected custodians. Without transparency, the custodial involvement, accountability diminishes significantly. We risk creating an environment where significant cultural damage can be quietly resolved behind closed doors. No requirement to inform custodians, no requirement to inform custodians, no obligation to seek their advice, and no right to appeal. This measure diminishes accountability and undermines public confidence in sacred site protections. Deputy Speaker, if a company damages a sacred site, the very least we can do is ensure traditional owners are part of the response. This provision shuts them out. We've already seen what happens when governments and corporations ignore Aboriginal voices. We all remember 𝙏𝙬𝙈𝙀𝙎𝙏𝘏𝙏. We must not let that happen here. This was echoed in the Scrutiny Committee submissions. I now turn to Clause 6, which grants ministerial powers to appoint and remove APA board members. We are deeply concerned about the increased political influence over the board. We cannot permit sacred sites protection to become publicised or compromised by government agendas. ARPA was designed to be independent and operate an arm's length from politics. That independence is now at risk. Currently, ARPA includes 10 Aboriginal members nominated by Land Council and 2 government nominees. This clause entrenches those 2 government appointees in legislation, but it allows the minister to remove them at any time, for any reason. ARPA must remain independent and guided solely by cultural expertise and custodial consent, not political influence. This is not a minor tweak, it's a red flag. If ARPA's board members become subject to ministerial direction or political pressure, its legitimacy will be eroded. Its decision will be questioned and its capacity to protect sacred sites will be compromised. The opposition and the stakeholders are calling on CLP to keep ARPA independent. If this government wants to change appointments, it should do so transparently and in consultation with Land Council and Aboriginal stakeholders. Deputy Speaker, the bill also amends the regulations to introduce new fees when applying for transfer of certificate or add a recorded party. Labor recognises the principle of cost recovery. However, we also share stakeholders' concern that fees might become a barrier to Aboriginal applications, particularly those seeking to clarify sacred sites on their own land. We echo the call of organisations like 𝙏�㗌𝙈𝙆𝙋𝙎 to introduce a clear exemption or waiver policy that community applicants are not priced out of the process. Firstly, I want to discuss Clause 10, the transitional provisions that retrospectively apply the transfer and recorded parties rules to existing certificates. This has profound implications. It means developers could rely on old certificates issued under different circumstances and apply these new rules without re-engaging with custodians. ARPA has warned that this is risky. Custodians and communities have said it is disrespectful, and we agree. Deputy Speaker, it is not just the clauses that worry us. The opposition is also concerned about the constitutional legalities of these changes, and nothing the government has said that eased our concerns. We have heard from experts who think this bill may well breach Aboriginal Land Rights Act, 1976, which gives the Northern Territory government legislative power only if it considers Aboriginal people's wishes. Clearly, the bill has not done that. Therefore, this legislation risks further erosion of trust and harm to the country, as well as legal challenge. Deputy Speaker, recent events at Lorella Springs highlight precisely why this bill is dangerous. The Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority is currently investigating reports of interference with human remains and the removal of sacred artefacts from an Aboriginal burial site. Despite clear warnings and signage, Lorella Springs has become a flashpoint of unmanaged visitor pressure and disrespect for cultural heritage. This incident should have been a moment of reflection for this government. But instead of strengthening the Act, this government is pushing forward with a bill that weakens oversight, diminishes custodial authority, and risks more incidents like these. Manuel Brown, CEO of Aboriginal Investment NT, rightly called the government's changes as shame job. He pointed out that these reforms are clearly targeted to benefit developments like the Darwin Convention Centre Hotel, which threatens the cultural significance of Stoke Hill Dreaming Site. This highlights the underlying motive, not cultural protection, but accelerated and unchecked development. Labor supports general reform, but it must empower and not disempower traditional owners. It must strengthen, not weaken, sacred site protections. Above all, it must be built on respect, transparency, and true partnership with Aboriginal custodians. Deputy Speaker, this bill has been criticised by every major Aboriginal org involved in land and heritage protection in the Northern Territory. Traditional owners from across the region have opposed it, and legal experts have flagged it as a possibility, as possibly unconstitutional. It is not too late to fix this. We call on the government to withdraw this deeply flawed bill. Engage in respectful and meaningful, engage respectfully and meaningfully with Aboriginal stakeholders, and collaboratively develop legislation that reflects Aboriginal values, rights, and cultural authority. Deputy Speaker, legislating about sacred sites is about identity, ceremonies, and ancient stories. These responsibilities transcend short-term political convenience and demand a genuine partnership with those who hold cultural authority. To conclude, we support development and economic growth in the Territory, including Aboriginal lands, but they must be achieved through respect and proper processes. Development must be built on genuine partnership with traditional owners, respectful engagement, and cultural safety. Anything less risks cultural heritage and undermines sustainable economic growth by eroding trust and social license. Our sacred sites, our communities, and our future generations deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mocha.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Sacred Sites Bill. I will make my position very clear for the Chamber. I do not support this bill, and I strongly believe that this bill should be withdrawn from the Chamber. I should not be standing here talking on this bill today. No one in this chamber should be talking today on this bill. The government should not have brought changes to these laws without first consulting Aboriginal people, Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority, and the organisations that speak for Aboriginal interests. As I understand, APA were consulted, but their concerns were not listened to, and their advice has been taken on board by the Minister. Sorry, has not been taken on board by the Minister. The Department of the Chief Minister were consulted, and so was the Waterfront Corporation, but no one else has been consulted. The Minister did meet with the land councils, but he didn't consult them, nor did they see a draft of this bill. Following that meeting, Warren Williams, the CLC chair, said, "We asked for information. He gave us platitudes. He disrespected us and treated us like little children. He asked us to simply accept the government's intentions behind the changes are good. He wouldn't give us any details about the changes or or how they would work. All he had was empty talk. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the bill was sent to the Legislative Scrutiny Committee, and people were given 1 week to make these submissions on the bill. And there were no public hearings. This is not a consultation of Aboriginal people. This is not a consultation of TOs, elders and elder leaders who have responsibility to have for sacred sites. The scrutiny committee process should never been mistaken as consultations. 30 submissions were received by the committee, and 25 did not support the bill. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I could not make a submission during that week because I had open heart surgery. I went into surgery worried and upset about this bill, and I came out of surgery worried and upset about this bill and everything that is going wrong in the NT. And now I'm back, and my heart is beating stronger than ever. And I've been told by the doctor that I am strong enough to live another 30 or 40 years. And I'll keep fighting for Aboriginal rights. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill represents such a high level of disrespectful for Aboriginal people in the Northern Territory. And this attitude is disrespect. This attitude of disrespect from the government, then ripples out across the NT. Things have never been worse in the Northern Territory if you are an Aboriginal person. And there have been something very bad times prior to now. In areas such as sacred sites, where Aboriginal people have recognized authority, this government are so arrogant in their superiority over Aboriginal people that they have waded in to tell us about our sacred site, to make changes to laws that protect our sacred sites. This law is one of the few laws in the Northern Territory that reflects two laws working together. It reflects true partnership. And what is happening today is a government that wishes to disrespect that partnership. This is not a law for government to just change without consulting the custodians of the sacred sites. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I understand, there is widespread speculation that that this bill is being brought before the Parliament today because it intends to make these changes for the sake of one project. APA submission states, we are senior law people from across the Northern Territory, and we are very concerned that these amendments will erode protections for our sacred sites. We support economic development in the NT, and for 45 years, the sacred sites act as given a pathway for developers to engage with custodians and custodians of sacred sites so that projects are completed in a responsible and sustainable way. And it works. We are concerned that this bill is seeking to create a loophole for one project. And if that is the case, this is a deplorable action by the NT government and the Northern Territory government, rather. Time will tell if this is the case. Mr. Deputy Speaker, other submissions also are speculated about whether this bill is being put to the chamber today to create a loophole for one project. Consultations on this bill is included in the Waterfront Corporation, and it appears that this bill may connect directly to the desire to have a hotel built in the waterfront precinct. As I understand, 𝙏𝙈𝙈𝙋𝙎 elders have said no to this proposal due to the sacred site at the 𝙏𝙬𝙈𝙀𝙎. If this is true, this bill will create a loophole whereby a certificate can be determined, transferred rather, to another party, or a third party can be added without gaining the consent of the custodians. Mr. Deputy Speaker, is this government using the chamber to create loopholes in the sacred sites legislation in order to go around the 𝙏�ㄫ𝙎 nation, so that the sacred site here on 𝙏�ㄫ𝙎 country can be desecrated? This morning and every morning we pay a respect to the 𝙏�㝼𝙎 nation. This parliament sits on 𝙏𝙎 land, and I am very confused about what we are doing here today. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the government needs to be open and honest about this bill and what it is here for. The chamber shouldn't be used to the tool to create loopholes so that one project can go ahead. Yep. And it certainly shouldn't be used to create a pathway for the desecration of the sacred site. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I understand, there is there has been previous consultation to make changes to the sacred site laws, and there are amendments that the custodians and TOs would like to see. And this is the correct way to bring changes. There were 39 recommendations made in the relation to improving the Sacred Sites Act from consultations conducted in 2016. Here before us today, this bill contains one of those recommendations. So we know that what is happening here in the chamber today is not based on the consultations and the recommendations from 2016. If this government were being genuine, these 39 recommendations are the amendments that we would see as part of this bill today. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sacred sites are 𝙏𝙄𝙈𝙈𝙋𝙎. 𝙏𝙄𝙈 is sacred and holy. This means be careful and respectful of this place, because it is a fundamental to our existence, to who we are. Sacred sites are the sites of law. They contain the knowledge handed down from our ancestors, and are sites where we are strong spiritual, where we have a strong spiritual connection to land. Damage and desecration to sacred sites causes great pain. The suffering and is very dangerous for our people. We have seen physical health effects on elders and on sites on the damage, because it cuts to our very spirit and to the depths of a spirit to who we are. We can physically experience that pain. The Sacred Sites Act is important because it protects our sites, and at the same time allows the decision on how development can sit side by side and with our protection. The legislation gives that space for conversation between businesses and between custodians on how businesses can continue and how sacred sites rather can be protected. And this works when all parties are genuine and respect the Aboriginal authority and protective requirements as part of the certificate. I understand that this bill wants to create changes to the law so that the certificate can be passed from one business entity to another without the consent of custodians. This is clearly not okay. Custodians for a site have a responsibility to that site, that responsibility is so great that if the site is not protected properly, they can come under attack from other connected clans for not doing the job properly. Before a certificate changes handed, before a certificate changes hands, the custodians must be able to understand if the new party are genuine in their interest to protect the sacred site. They must be able to review the certificate and the likely business happening near the site. To ensure that they are still meeting their obligations as custodians for the site. The transfer of certificate or addition of parties to a certificate without consultation creates a grave situation where a custodian may no longer be meeting with their obligations. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the changes outlined in this bill are not okay, but the even bigger problem is that the government needs to step back and respect the boundaries of where Aboriginal authorities lie. These laws come squarely under our authority, and this has been respected by many governments since the introduction of this law. This kind of arrogance, when it comes to sacred sites, undercovers a deeper trend and attitude towards Aboriginal people, and I would like the government to think of it more carefully about it. I would like to ask the government to think about how they are working with Aboriginal people, because at the moment we do not feel we are being included. We are not being consulted. We are not being given decision-making power, and we are not feeling any partnership. Mr. Deputy Speaker, a sacred site burns a spiritual fire that generates life in the clan of the people. It provides the pathway for the next generation, our children. It holds the knowledge it holds the knowledge and the history of our people. It holds this securely for our people so that we can build rapidly the knowledge, the respect, the discipline for our people. When we stand on our land, we cannot feel the connection and the fire and life moving through us. I'll just say that again. When we stand on our land, we can feel the connection and the fire and the life moving through us. When our connection to country is broken, we also become broken. This is why our sacred sites and our country are so important, because it sustains our culture and our people. When you pick up, or when you pick away at these laws and pull away at our sacred sites and implement a foreign idea, you engage in the process of damaging our culture, physically and spiritually. You are pulling it apart and creating holes. These are the holes that our children fall through. And this is the breakdown of culture that we see all around us as governments pick apart our culture piece by piece. My Rome, my way of being is that we work together and we listen to one another and listen to each other. This is the way that my elders taught me to conduct business. This is how we achieved Maga Mirurom, a peaceful way of working together and causing no harm. But now, but no one in government is listening, and this bill is a clear example for that. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Mulca. Member for 𝙏𝙎𝙈.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise today as a proud supporter of the sacred sites protection and express my deep concern regarding the proposed Northern Territory Aboriginal Sacred Sites Legislation Amendment Act 2025. And I will absolutely not support such regressive and damaging legislation. I stand with all of the Aboriginal members of this Assembly in opposition to this legislation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is nothing short of legislative vandalism. This serves no genuine interest for Territorians. This legislation solely exists to clear the pathway for the Waterfront Hotel. Nothing more, nothing less. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we as Aboriginal people speak of sacred sites, we do not treat them as mere physical locations or lifeless objects. To us, it is our law. They are places, they are family, they are living, breathing entities of whom we share our histories, our joys, our sorrows. They are our teachers and our healers, sources of guidance and strength. When a sacred site is damaged or desecrated, we feel that hurt deep in our hearts. For many Aboriginal Territorians, caring for these sites is not an option, but a solemn obligation. We are bound by responsibility to protect, maintain and nurture them for ourselves, for our children and for our generations to come. That is why our passion burns so fearlessly. We are interconnected, our well-being entwined with the well-being of country. And so we stand proud and yielding in defence of these sacred places. Because in protecting them, we protect our identity, our culture and our future. The Legislative Scrutiny Committee was tasked with reviewing this bill, examining its proposed applications and consequences. The response was overwhelming. 30 detailed submissions were received from diverse stakeholders, including Aboriginal organisations, community members and government bodies. This reflects the high level of interest and concern around this legislation. The bill, introduced by the CLP government, claims to enhance sacred sites protections, streamline processes for economic development and improve the Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority, ARPA. However, submissions highlighted the significant shortcomings that demand closer scrutiny. The submissions welcomed a further opportunity to speak to the committee and provide further options to improve the bill, but they were ignored. Disappointingly, the CLP government members of the Scrutiny Committee rejected calls for a public hearing on this critical legislation. This decision undermines transparency and it silences the voices of Aboriginal Territorians who have a deep cultural and spiritual connection to sacred sites. For many of our brothers and sisters, verbal communication is and continues to be the preferred and culturally appropriate way to express such matters of importance, particularly for those whom English is a second language. Furthermore, for many, it is absolutely inappropriate for such matters to be disclosed and written down in writing. They are sacred stories. The Minister, in introducing this bill, emphasised the importance of community consultation, yet the lack of public hearings contradicts this very commitment, excluding voices that deserve to be heard on matters so integral to their cultural identity and their well-being. Mr. Speaker, the bill as it stands fails in several key areas. Insufficient penalties. Penalties for breaches of clearance certificates remain inadequate, failing to serve as a meaningful deterrent. This bill says to businesses, hey, come do the wrong thing to sacred sites and you will only have to pay a little bit and you will make more money in the long run. We saw yesterday, Vista Gold were fined $160,000 for damaging an Aboriginal site that is thousands of years old. In the court proceedings themselves, it is referenced how inadequate the penalties are in this legislation. And here we are today, one day later, passing a bill that we could actually change the penalty points to bring them in line to reflect the modern territory. And those calls continue to be ignored. The lack of remediation measures. There are no clear provisions for remediating damaged sacred sites. There is no legislative provision that says this is what you must do, other than you must try to remediate. Outdated compliance frameworks. The compliance measures do not align with the standards for environmental and heritage protections. As I said, Mr. Speaker, we learned yesterday in court, not even 50 metres from where we are standing right now, that a company was fined for damaging a site. Even the judiciary can acknowledge that fines of this magnitude are grossly insufficient as penalties. And today we do continue to find ourselves debating a bill that could have addressed that. Mr. Speaker, as I said, they were fined, I think, just over $160,000 for the hurt and damaged, a mere pittance to a company that stands to make millions from this project after damaging a site for development. This government's approach is clear, Mr. Speaker. They support small fines for those who desecrate our country and our sacred sites. It sends a message that corporations can pay a token penalty for the destruction and go on and profit immensely. This is unacceptable. Many Aboriginal stakeholders and traditional owners have called for this bill to be rejected, not because they oppose reform, but because they recognise the need for true collaboration, true consultation. Reform must be co-designed with traditional owners and stakeholders to ensure sacred site protections are upheld while supporting economic opportunities. It is essential to emphasise that opposition to this bill is not opposition to development. Many submitters welcomed economic growth that drives job creation, but they were rightly insisting that such development must occur in genuine consultation with traditional owners, with Aboriginal people, with land councils, especially when it affects places of deep cultural and spiritual significance. Sacred sites and their custodianship evolve with each generation. We are not stagnant people in time. It is vital that legislative frameworks respect this dynamic connection and give voice to emerging Aboriginal leaders who will carry these traditions forward. Significant areas of the Northern Territory remain unassessed, underscoring the importance of proactive engagement with traditional owners, with Aboriginal people, with Aboriginal communities and stakeholders. Sacred sites must be safeguarded and their cultural significance preserved now and for future generations. I want to acknowledge the progressive reform work previously undertaken by the Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority and a number of community stakeholders, including the Territory's 4 land councils. Their efforts laid the foundations for meaningful change, yet these contributions have been overlooked by the current government. I want to acknowledge the Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority's work undertaken in genuine partnership with the Territory's 4 land councils to work on modernising the Sacred Sites Act and ensuring it reflected our contemporary territory. It is deeply saddening that instead of building on this recent, comprehensive reform draft legislation, the CLP has chosen to resurrect a review from 9 years ago to justify these changes. One change. By doing so, they again have ignored the expert, up-to-date work that actually strengthened this Act, presumably because it did not suit their agenda. That reform was genuine, was collaborative, and was robust. It fortified protections, Madam Speaker, protections for sacred sites, rather than watering them down as this bill does. The current Sacred Sites Act in the Northern Territory is a gold standard. It is the gold standard amongst this nation in cultural and environmental protection. Today, we witness this government weakening those safeguards. We must not let yesterday's progress be undone. Territorians, especially traditional owners, deserve legislation that honours their knowledge, their stewardship and their right to protect country. As the opposition, we remain steadfast in our commitment to protecting country, to protecting sacred sites, and ensuring that any legislative changes are developed in true partnership with Aboriginal Territorians. We call on the Country Liberal Government, the CLP, to work in genuine partnership with Aboriginal people, traditional owners and the land councils to modernise compliance and enforcement measures, to strengthen penalties for breaches of sacred sites protections, to balance cultural preservation with economic development. We also thank Aboriginal Territorians for their ongoing stewardship of country, of sacred sites, and acknowledge all individuals and organisations who contributed to the Scrutiny Committee process. Their insights reflected a shared commitment to protecting these sites for future generations to come. Madam Speaker, this bill represents another CLP government's lack of meaningful engagement. This decision to bypass public scrutiny and sideline Aboriginal voices is not government. It is not governance. It is disrespect. Madam Speaker, I urge the government to halt this legislation, to listen to the voices of Aboriginal Territorians, and to work collaboratively to ensure that sacred sites are not only respected but celebrated as part of our shared identity and heritage, Madam Speaker. I want to acknowledge, Madam Speaker, the absolute strength and resilience of Aboriginal people right across the Northern Territory, each and every corner. I want to particularly acknowledge the fierceness, the boldness and the strength of the Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority and the Northern Territory's 4 land councils, who have had to bear the weight of the harm and the trauma that the Northern Territory Environment Minister, Josh Burgoyne, has placed on every Aboriginal Territorian. They have had to bear that on their shoulders as they have had to stand up and talk for Aboriginal Territorians. And I want to acknowledge, Madam Speaker, the Central Land Council's firm advocacy. And I want to just take a moment to highlight some correspondence that was sent to the Minister today. The Central Land Council Chairman, the outstanding Warren Williams, wrote to Minister Burgoyne and said, "While I ask you to talk with us properly before signing the amendment bill back to Parliament, I also remind you of what you told our council meeting in early April. I hope that you remain a man of your word and include at least those changes in the amendment bill when it does come back to Parliament. 1. You said certificates would only be transferred for, I quote, the exact same work and can be transferred if the work or use of land is the same. Use of land is very vague. For example, mining is a use of land, but can be a big or small. And the conditions need to be protected. Sacred sites can be very different. 2, Madam Speaker, you said that traditional owners would be the ones who decide about enforceable undertakings. Your amendment bill does not say that. It does not even say ARPA must consult traditional owners about that decision. 3, you said you would look into a way for traditional owners to get compensation if a site is damaged. Instead of that fine going to the government, the amendment does not say anything about compensation. You have heard our delegates speak from the heart about how important sites are to our people and the stress and suffering we experience when they are damaged or risk harm. We are asking you to sit at the table with us to make real improvement to the Sacred Sites Act that will protect sacred sites and make laws work better for everyone. Yours sincerely, Warren Williams, the Chair of the Central Land Council. Madam Speaker, I seek leave to table that correspondence.
Is leave granted? Aye. Leave is granted.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is important to place on the parliamentary record forever, because we are standing in this parliament right now discussing this bill. And there is a problem, because when every Aboriginal member of this Legislative Assembly is speaking about the harm and concern that this bill will do, when Aboriginal Territorians and organisations are writing to the Scrutiny Committee, putting in submissions and stating that they very much welcome a public hearing to talk about that, that says that there is absolute concern and genuine interest about this bill, Madam Speaker. And yet we are here. We are here talking about the importance of this bill. We are here being told by a government who does not even have a single Aboriginal member elected to the Northern Territory Assembly to help give them guidance or advice on this issue, ramming through a bill that will cause harm, ramming through a bill that is solely, its sole purpose is to help a mate out down at the waterfront build a hotel. Let's be honest. That's what this is about. And then to come in and say you are going off a report done in 2015, 9 years ago, but you're only going to accept one recommendation of those recommendations, is an absolute joke, Madam Speaker. That's what it is. We only have to stop and look at the history in the Northern Territory. What does it tell us? It tells us nearly every project that happens on Aboriginal land, there is an accident, and I use that word very, very softly, Madam Speaker, because it is no accident, because under this legislation, it promotes you to go and do the wrong thing. It promotes destruction and desiccation of sites, because if you know that the penalty points are so low that you can stuff up, you can go in there and you can damage a site, and then you're only going to pay a small fine, but hey, you've got that site out the way, you're going to make millions now. What does that do? It encourages you. But the Minister for the Environment, Josh Burgoyne, suddenly forgot to talk to ARPA about the review work that had been done, which actually exclusively went to the heart of increasing penalty points, delivering mechanisms for the appropriate remediation, enforceable undertakings, clarifying and clearing the ability for clearance certificates, all important stuff, overlooked. That's work that is so fresh. It was actually being done when we were in caretaker mode. It was ready to go, consultation with industry, with groups. Really important stuff, Madam Speaker. What this says to me is that many members on the opposite side might also need to go and do some cross-cultural awareness training. Because sacred sites to Aboriginal people and country, as I said earlier, they are not lifeless objects. We don't talk about them like, hey, we're just going for a drive to the country. When we talk about these places, we talk about them because they have feelings, they have emotions, they guide us, they strengthen us. When we look across the Northern Territory where sites have been damaged, we have seen the direct harm and trauma caused in our communities, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, in our culture, if you muck around with a sacred site, if you cause harm to that sacred site, you get sick. You get very sick. You become unfocused. You become unguided. You become lost. And if this goes through today, people are going to get sick. Our people, all people in the Northern Territory, black or white, this will cause sickness. This will hurt people. There are so many countrymen who have been following this. You might not think that they are, but they are. Every corner of the Northern Territory, people are talking about, what's that CLP talking about country and sites for? That's part of our 𝙏𝙎𝙈𝙀𝙎𝙏𝘏. That's part of our story. How come we are not being spoken to? How come we're not being talked to? You have the Attorney General moving a motion yesterday to defer voluntary assisted dying to a committee to go out and do consultation. Yet you won't even let the Legislative Scrutiny Committee do effective consultation on an issue that goes to the cultural identity and well-being of Aboriginal people. Why? What are you so afraid of? Why will you not allow the voices of Aboriginal Territorians to be elevated and respected? Why must you, at every opportunity, shut them down? Ignore them. They are being silenced. They are not being included in effective consultation. I absolutely want to acknowledge that there are members on the Legislative Scrutiny Committee, other than myself and the member for Johnson, who probably felt very uncomfortable about the directive given to them by the minister or ministers about what they had to do. I acknowledge that they had to probably bear the brunt of a decision that was made by their cabinet to not allow a public hearing. But it's all right, because you're all going to get in your deadly motor cars tomorrow and you're all going to go home and you're all going to see your families and you're all going to have a great time. Well, Aboriginal people are going to have to go out tomorrow knowing that at any time these changes can have a direct impact on places of significance, of culture, of history. As the member for 𝙏𝙎𝙈𝙋𝙎 said, law, Aboriginal law, a guiding principle of our being, of our creation story, are our sites. They hold many, many stories together, and yet you are willing to sacrifice them for development. We have absolutely said we are not anti-development by any means. Aboriginal people actually will tell you they want development. They want to be part of the Northern Territory's economic prosperity, but it should not come at the cost of our sites. There are absolutely ways and means to drive economic development, to achieve the government's targets of the economic narrative that you want to achieve. But it should never, never come at the cost of our sites. We have very, very good legislation right now that doesn't actually need to be changed. Every other state across this great country of ours has always looked up to the Northern Territory sacred sites laws for guidance, for protection. And these comments that we hear from external groups around sacred sites, stop them from breeding, stop them from popping up, they're stopping me from growing my business or running my business. There is so many parts of the Northern Territory, Madam Speaker, that remain uncleared. And that is for a variety of reasons, Madam Speaker. One, because the Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority may very well not have the resources to get out into each and every corner of the Northern Territory to do that important work, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm going to ask for a Standing Order 43 to continue my remarks.
Is an extension granted? An extension is granted. Please
Thank
continue.
you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Guyula.
So there's a few issues here. One, parts of the Northern Territory haven't been cleared because there might not be the resources in the Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority to do them. Two, they might actually sit on a parcel of land where access to is limited. Three, and absolutely importantly, they need to remain sacred for cultural and ceremonial reasons. Now, I know of cases, Madam Speaker, in Mbantua, Alice Springs, where people have gone to look at doing development, and as they've rocked up, there is cultural ceremony going on there. It's still an active site. We all need to be clear here. Culture is not dead. Ceremony is not dead. Aboriginal people are not stagnant. Living, breathing, practicing, dancing, singing. The song and storylines run thick through the territory, and they absolutely will forever. We have been dancing and singing on this country since time immemorial, and we'll continue to do it. I absolutely know the member for Mulka still goes out and participates in those important songs and ceremonies. I've seen the member for Arnhem. I've had the opportunity to go out with her and be welcomed by her mob to participate in their ceremonies. I've been out in the beautiful western desert of my electorate with my own family, doing our songs and ceremonies and dance and keeping culture strong. So yes, sites will pop up when important ceremonies need to be captured in a moment in time so that they can record future generations, Madam Speaker, because that is absolutely important. Our culture continues to live and breathe. And yes, it evolves because we are constantly evolving. But our cultural practices and our passion, our integrity and our fierce nature to protect our culture, our songs and our places of significance remain stronger than ever. And this change today, absolutely, as the member for Mulka spoke about, and the member for Arafura, is bad legislation, is bad. But it has also done something else today, Madam Speaker, and it has reignited the flame of our people. Our people are more than ever opposed to the nature and the values of this government. Our people, more than ever, are following what this government does and what your track record is when it comes to Aboriginal Territorians. And this is not just a black issue. I want to absolutely thank the hundreds of allies and supporters who have come out to support the need to protect places of significance and country. So to every Territorian, to every Australian who has reached out to any one of the members in this parliament, asking them to reconsider their position if they're for it, and supporting people who are opposed to it, I say thank you. Advocacy and lobbying and pressure matters. And the government has the numbers. So to all my family out there, all my Aboriginal brothers and sisters, you stay strong. We are standing with you today. Now this government, the CLP government, they have the numbers in this parliament. They're going to pass this law, but our power does not get taken away. Our power will continue to grow, and as a movement we will be strong and we will grow stronger, because our fight is a fight for everyone in the Northern Territory. It is a fight for country, it is a fight for sacred sites, it is a fight for environmental protections. This is a movement that is not going to go away. And I am proud, Madam Speaker, to be a Labor Party member, the party that has a history of standing up for Aboriginal people, a party that has absolutely helped deliver transformative reform with native title and Aboriginal land rights. And I will be proud to be part of a future Labor government under Selena Uibo that will rewind these terrible reforms that we are seeing here today. Because we respect Aboriginal people, we respect sacred sites, and we respect the appropriate processes. We are not a party of giving things to our mates, which is what we're seeing here. This legislation is purely legislative vandalism. It is being designed to help mates down at the waterfront build a hotel at the cost of Aboriginal people. That is disgusting. And as I said, Madam Speaker, people are going to get sick from this, and I hope they remember it when they're sick, why they're sick.
Are there any other speakers tonight on this bill? No? Okay, in closing, Minister. Yep. No? Member for Daly. No, sorry, Member for Daly wants to speak.
Need a couple more. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to speak on the Sacred Sites Legislation Amendment Bill. Madam Speaker, the Territory Labor opposition opposes this bill because it weakens protections for sacred sites and reduces the role of Aboriginal custodians. It has been made clear that the bill currently before the Assembly was drafted without proper consultation and undermines cultural protection and Aboriginal participation. Madam Speaker, Territory Labor supports updating and improving protections for sacred sites because transparent and efficient administration is essential, but real reform must work together with Aboriginal Territorians. Madam Speaker, sacred sites dotted across the Northern Territory have profound significance for Aboriginal Territorians. Hills, rocks, waterholes, trees, plains, lakes, billabongs, amongst other natural features, can and are sacred sites. Here in the coastal and sea areas of Darwin, where the 𝙏𝙈𝙀𝙈𝙈𝙋𝙎 people have lived for generations, sacred sites exist, including features that lie both above and below the water, such as the culturally significant Stoke Hill Dreaming Site. Sacred sites are a responsibility for us as Aboriginal custodians. Our rights and roles are intertwined through our kingship and relationship to land. Madam Speaker, the custodians play a vital role in managing the site and ensuring it remains safe. It embodies cultural knowledge, preserves important stories, and holds spiritual responsibility for the land, essential in honouring and sustaining traditional owners' heritage. Most importantly, Madam Speaker, they are an intrinsic part of a continuing body of practices and beliefs emanating from Aboriginal law and traditions from times immemorial. By this standard, this bill fails to meet expectations. Madam Speaker, Territory Labor recognises the importance of economic development. We are committed to supporting initiatives that responsibly drive growth in the Territory and create jobs, ensuring all Territorians benefit in the long term. However, it should be an advancing economy that honours the cultural heritage of the Northern Territory, because economic progress and the protection of cultural heritage can and should coexist, fostering mutual respect for traditional owners and their rights. Madam Speaker, it has been noted by many in this chamber today that this bill was crafted in secrecy, without genuine consultation with Aboriginal Territorians. This lack of transparency is unacceptable. This bill was drafted based on a review conducted by PricewaterhouseCoopers in 2016, a review which attracted 9 submissions and didn't have public input. Madam Speaker, while this bill was sent to the Scrutiny Committee, the performance of the government members on that committee has been inadequate. The committee inquiry received over 30 submissions voicing concerns regarding the lack of consultation and limited submission timeframe. Madam Speaker, the Central Land Council stated in their submission, there has been no genuine consultation about the bill with the Central Land Council or the people it represents. A token meeting was called by the Minister on the 20th of March 2025, at which little detail was provided, notwithstanding that draft legislation had already been prepared and was introduced into Parliament a week later. Central Land Council's Executive Committee were very clear with the Minister that they did not consent to the bill nor regard that meeting as adequate consultation, nor does a one-week comment period to the Scrutiny Committee constitute adequate consultation. So here we have those opposite patting themselves on the back and bringing back the Legislative Scrutiny Committee, but does the bare minimum. Not only did 30 organisations have 1 week to make submissions, what does the government then choose to do? They refuse to hold public hearings for the 30 organisations. This move blatantly undermines the very nature of the appropriate scrutiny process and solidifies the secretive, top-down nature of those opposite. Madam Speaker, this is a CLP government that has repeatedly failed to consult those most affected. In addition, the submissions to the committee made it clear that the bill disrespects cultural authority, weakens protections, and risks contravening federal law. Instead of strengthening protections, it undermines established safeguards and silences Aboriginal voices, risking conflict where there should be consent. Looking again at the submissions, we can derive key concerns from stakeholders, including authority certificates being transferred without custodial consultation, the ability to add new parties to certificates without input from traditional owners, the introduction of enforceable undertakings that can be used behind closed doors without transparency. Madam Speaker, those provisions were roundly criticised for violating free, prior and informed consent principles. What does it tell us about those opposite, Madam Speaker? When virtually every Aboriginal organisation devoted to the protection of land and cultural heritage voices its concerns and asserts that they've got it wrong. The appropriate response is not to forge ahead recklessly, but to pause and truly listen. We have spoken about it in this assembly a number of times. It is essential to engage in dialogue, collaborate, and deploy co-designed solutions that respect Aboriginal Territorians' perspectives and ensure they are at the table from the get-go. This is the approach that a government grounded in integrity and genuine commitment to its people would embrace, not hold tokenistic meetings where the minister can provide as little detail as needed to tick a box for consultation. Madam Speaker, I can concur with the member for Arafura surrounding consultation with Aboriginal people across the Territory and their message that Aboriginal communities do not want this legislation in its current form. I've been travelling through my electorate, the electorate of Daly recently, speaking with constituents who are infuriated by this government's decision regarding their land, culture and laws. Madam Speaker, Clause 7, Section 24A allows authority certificates to be transferred between parties without reconsulting traditional owners. The government tries to make us believe that this approach may seem like a way to simplify processes, but they are trying to cover up the profound consequences for traditional owners. That is because it implies that certificates issued decades ago could be exploited by completely different developers, all without the custodians who hold culturally responsibility for that land being notified. Madam Speaker, I echo my Territory Labor colleagues when I say it undermines the principle of free, prior and informed consent. It fails to acknowledge changes in land use, evolving cultural knowledge, and some knowledge holders may have passed away. Undermining traditional owners' rights to be heard on their own country, Aboriginal custodians whose sacred sites these certificates are designed to protect would have no say. Authority certificates are not commercial licences, Madam Speaker. They are an understanding. This understanding hinges on the recognition that specific individuals within distinct contexts were granted explicit consent to engage in particular activities on sacred land. This amendment allows companies to rely on certificates that may become outdated, issued when land use was different, cultural knowledge was not properly documented, or the knowledge holders themselves have passed away. The amendments in this bill also introduce the concept of a recorded party. Madam Speaker, this allows developers to add parties to a certificate post-approval without consulting traditional owners. This disrespects cultural protocols built on relationships and trust. Consent granted in one context cannot be assumed in another. It risks a situation where multiple parties hold authority under certificates, yet custodians are not informed or consulted. Undermining trust and diminishing respect for cultural authority and the principles of informed consent bypassed in the interest of administrative convenience. The bill also fails to clearly define the responsibilities of these additional parties, risking further confusion and eroding trust in the system. That is already something that we know Aboriginal Territorians struggle to have with governments: trust. Madam Speaker, enforceable undertakings, another concerning new feature highlighted by submissions allowing companies to privately negotiate outcomes when sacred sites are damaged, instead of facing prosecution. Madam Speaker, these deals can be made without informing traditional owners, without their advice, and with no right of appeal, potentially allowing accountability and transparency to be lost. Sacred sites can be harmed, and the response to be handled in secret. Madam Speaker, again, Territory Labor supports reform that works to empower traditional owners and not undercut their important role as custodians of sacred sites. But we are urging this Country Liberal Party government to withdraw this bill and rewrite it in genuine partnership with traditional owners. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Are there any more speakers? Opposition Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I echo the words of my fellow Labor opposition colleagues when I state we will not be supporting this bill. We believe it weakens the protections for sacred sites, that it diminishes the role for Aboriginal custodians that was developed without proper consultation by the CLP government. As this bill stands, Madam Speaker, we believe this bill fails to uphold cultural protection and Aboriginal participation and compliance with the Aboriginal Land Rights Northern Territory Act of 1976, something that should be a government responsibility to ensure. Madam Speaker, Labor does support the modernisation and improvement of sacred sites protections. Administrative clarity and efficiency does matter, but genuine reform in this space, Madam Speaker, we believe needs to be co-designed with Aboriginal custodians and traditional owners when it comes to the cultural knowledge holders, when it comes to the guardians of stories, of songlines, of country, and those with the spiritual responsibility to protect country. And by that measure alone, Madam Speaker, this bill fails spectacularly. Our Labor opposition is not in opposition to economic development, and nor are the Aboriginal Territorians we have spoken to in our roles and those who we are fortunate to represent in our electorates. Our Labor opposition supports responsible development that grows the Territory economy, which can create jobs, and particularly jobs on country, and that delivers long-term benefits for all Territorians. But, Madam Speaker, economic progress and cultural heritage protection are not mutually exclusive. They must go hand in hand, built on the respect for traditional owners and their rights. Madam Speaker, there are several reasons which I'll outline, and echoing some of my colleagues in the concerns that have been raised by the development of this bill. The first is lack of genuine consultation. This bill, as my deputy has said, was developed behind closed doors without meaningful consultation with those who are impacted the most by this bill. As we've heard by the member for 𝙏𝙈𝙈𝙋𝙎, it was based, as we hear, by the CLP government on a review conducted by PricewaterhouseCoopers in 2016, 9 years ago. A review that received only 9 submissions at the time and did not call for public input. The world has dramatically changed since then, Madam Speaker, as we all know. Social media platforms, information that can go out, different ways to consult using technology. Even things like TikTok and ChatGPT that we use daily, many people use daily, didn't even exist back then, only 9 years ago. But the world has definitely changed. And unfortunately, the only thing that hasn't changed, Madam Speaker, in this respect, is the work that the Chief Minister is leading as the CLP government forges ahead in not listening to Territorians on matters that matter most to them. I know there were very few current members in today's Parliament, Madam Speaker, who were actually in Parliament back then, 9 years ago. And that review was completed, and it is completely outdated. One of the previous CLP government members was around, and that is Leah Finocchiaro, the Chief Minister. And unfortunately, she has not shown the leadership and the bravery that we would expect a Chief Minister to show, because the work the CLP government is doing in this space is deeply flawed. Madam Speaker, the current CLP government has failed to consult with Territorians who are most affected by this legislation and this bill. And instead of strengthening protections, this bill undermines established safeguards and it silences Aboriginal voices. It risks creating conflict where there should be consent. Another reason, Madam Speaker, is the feedback from the Scrutiny Committee, which some of my colleagues have outlined. While the government did refer the bill to the Scrutiny Committee, thank you, because I know they tend to pick and choose what should be scrutinised these days, and they've even now removed, through the standing orders, the ability for other members of Parliament who are not presenting a bill before the House to be able to refer to Scrutiny Committee, something that just happened this week, Madam Speaker, much to the opposition's surprise, without any notice, but the government will do what it will do. Madam Speaker, the conduct of the members in the scrutiny committees left us much desired. Government members refused to hold public hearings for the scrutiny committee. Strange, Madam Speaker. Submissions were made, and often the very next thing that a scrutiny committee would do would be to hold public hearings, a move that has completely undermined the very purpose of scrutiny in the Westminster system. And it has reinforced the words that my colleagues have used, the secretive top-down nature of this process that has been driven and outlined and guided by the CLP government. Submissions to the committee have all made it clear that the bill disrespects cultural authority, that it weakens protection, and it risks contravening federal law. Key concerns have included authority certificates being transferred without custodial consultation, the ability to add new parties to certificates without input from traditional owners, and the introduction of enforceable undertakings that can be used behind closed doors without transparency. Madam Speaker, these provisions were roundly criticised for violating the principles of free, prior and informed consent, when nearly every Aboriginal organisation that is dedicated to land and cultural protections says that the government has got it wrong. The answer is not to press ahead. The answer is to listen. The answer is to sit down with the organisations and those who are affected by this legislation and to co-design. This is what a government with integrity would do, Madam Speaker, and this is not what the CLP has done. What the CLP has done, Madam Speaker, instead is simply a box-ticking exercise, very arrogant and outdated when it comes to echoing what the member for Mulka has said, some of the worst times that Aboriginal Territorians are experiencing in history today under the CLP government. A history we should be moving beyond, not revisiting and not worsening. Another reason is the content of the bill, Madam Speaker, and the very essence of some of the sections and clauses. Clause 7, Section 24A allows authority certificates to be transferred between parties without reconsulting traditional owners. We've heard my colleagues already mention this, Madam Speaker. And while this may appear to streamline processes, there are serious implications for this. Madam Speaker, it means that certificates that are issued perhaps even decades ago could be used for entirely different developers without custodians being informed. Now, this undermines again the principle of free, prior and informed consent. It ignores changes in land use, evolving cultural knowledge in our time, and the reality that some knowledge holders may have passed on who were originally part of the agreements or the issuing of those certificates in the past. Developers could add additional parties to a certificate post-approval, again without consulting custodians. This absolutely disrespects the cultural protocols when it comes to building relationships and trust when business is done on country. Consent granted in one context cannot be assumed in another, something we've already heard that the CLP Attorney General does well, just assumes, rather than using fact and using a relationship for own purpose, but not using the facts at hand to create a clear and transparent process. Madam Speaker, the bill fails to clearly define the responsibilities of these additional parties, risking further confusion and eroding trust in the very system that often is not an open and transparent system when it comes to inviting Aboriginal Territorians to be part of the process and part of the guiding principles to make the system better. Enforceable undertakings, another concerning new feature. I do thank the department for providing a briefing around this. We understand it allows companies to privately negotiate outcomes when sacred sites are damaged instead of facing prosecution. Now, Madam Speaker, just yesterday there was a news article about a sacred site that was damaged in my electorate of Arnhem through a mining company. And when we're talking about damage to land and damage to sacred sites, often, Madam Speaker, that is not something that can be replaced. It is often irreparable, and if there is a monetary penalty that is related, then this surely cannot ever replace what decades and thousands of generations of cultural knowledge and songlines and cultural authority passed on generation to generation can ever reproduce. So it is disappointing, and as we heard my colleagues already say as well, Madam Speaker, the simple fact that the changes that are being brought forward by Minister Burgoyne could in fact incentivise wrongdoing, knowing that penalties are not great, knowing that there could be other processes instead of facing prosecution, so no legal consequences from a government who prides themselves on law and order and facing consequences. This is truly an easy pass for those who've done the wrong thing. But perhaps they don't care if something is done on someone else's country to an Aboriginal sacred site, because at the end of the day, you can pay a fine and move on. Madam Speaker, these deals can be made without informing custodians, without their advice, and without the right of appeal. That in our legal system is of huge concern and is to many, many people who will be affected by the changes in this ill thought out and flawed bill today. Madam Speaker, from a government who says accountability is crucial, accountability will now be lost. Transparency now abandoned. Sacred sites can be harmed, and the response handled in secret. At bare minimum, if a sacred site is damaged, traditional owners must be part of the response, and this bill denies them that very basic respect of how to move forward of healing if there is wrongdoing, if there is a consequence to be faced, to ensure that that consequence is appropriate for the trust, for the landowner through the custodian. Madam Speaker, we've heard my colleagues speak about Nigel Brown, the CEO of the Aboriginal Investment NT, who is also a 𝙏𝙈𝙀𝙈𝙾𝙎 man. He's also a lawyer. Madam Speaker, he has rightly said this bill is a, quote, shame job. Madam Speaker, it appears to be tailored to facilitate developments like the Darwin Convention Centre Hotel, which we know, Madam Speaker, for the 𝙏𝙀𝙈𝙾𝙎 people here in the Darwin-Palmerston region, it is a significant dreaming site. This is of concern right here. We're only hundreds of metres away from the very site that we're talking about, Madam Speaker. And for a CEO, for a 𝙏𝙀𝙈𝙾𝙎 leader, and for a lawyer, all one person in Nigel Brown, to say that this legislation is flawed and the Northern Territory government should be ashamed of what they're bringing to the House of Parliament, the House of the people here in the Northern Territory, speaks volume in just those two words, shame job. Madam Speaker, it reveals the true motive that there is not cultural protection at the heart of this bill, but in fact it is dressed up, because it is fast-tracking development without accountability. Madam Speaker, Labor does support reform, and there was a huge body of work that was compiled in the lead up to the prior territory election. I know the member for 𝙏𝙬𝙈𝙾𝙎 was a big part of that and was able to share some insights into that important work. But this work, this huge body of work that was done just recently, Madam Speaker, not 9 years ago, only a year or so ago, was absolutely ignored and thrown in the bin by the CLP government because apparently they know better. Apparently what is done in consultation and co-design with Aboriginal Territorians on legislation that directly impacts and affects Aboriginal Territorians is not something the government wants to listen to. It's not something the government wants to support. It's not something that the CLP believes in. And this is absolutely despicable, Madam Speaker. It does not empower traditional owners. It does not strengthen sacred sites protection. It weakens sacred site protections. And above all, Madam Speaker, any work that is done with a government around First Nations well-being, sacred sites in particular, should always be in genuine partnership with Aboriginal custodians and landowners. And I in no way, Madam Speaker, make my comments as a slight to the public servants who have worked extremely hard in trying to diligently enact the will of the CLP government, even though it probably doesn't make sense to a lot of people. But it has made me feel heavy this afternoon, Madam Speaker. But the one thing that my Labor colleagues and I cling to is the platform that we are able to use to voice our concerns, to voice the concerns of many, many people who have contacted us in the last couple of months around what is happening around this legislation, that we still have this platform and voice, even though the CLP government has denied that to many, many other people and organisations through this flawed process, where they pick and choose, they chop and change what is scrutinised, how it's scrutinised, the part of the scrutiny process that they will push on, the other parts which they will cut out. It has been an absolute, I can't say the words in Parliament, but it has not been a good show, Madam Speaker. It has absolutely been disappointing. And to be able to see those submissions and to hear the member for 𝙏𝙬𝙈𝙾𝙎 read out the Central Land Council's letter to Minister Burgoyne directly from the CLC chair, Mr Warren Williams. Powerful, powerful words, Madam Speaker, from Mr Williams, from the chair, around the integrity of the minister himself, around the integrity of the CLP government themselves. Powerful words. And I would really like to ask the minister in his closing debate today, Madam Speaker, how is he going to face up to the land councils? How is he going to face up to traditional owners? How is he going to face up to those Aboriginal organisations who have now said that the power and the voice that they have has been disempowered and taken away and silenced through a process of government who has the majority, Madam Speaker, 17 members of a 25-member territory parliament. They're always going to be able to pass and get through what they want that they put up as government, regardless of what we say, regardless of what our electorates want, regardless perhaps of what even their other members may want. Not crossbenchers, I'm talking about the backbenchers of the CLP. Sorry, not other members. The process in itself, if we are talking about, Madam Speaker, truly making legislation that is contemporary, that is modernised, that is in the best interest of all Territorians, then the starting place, Madam Speaker, surely has to be the scrutiny of the legislation or the bill. It would have to be the comments of experts and those who are directly impacted of any bill in this parliament. to be able to provide their insight, their questions, their concerns, and, God forbid, their ideas, their support of legislation here in the Parliament, Madam Speaker. But we do not get that with the CLP government. And we are starting to see more and more and more of this bad and dangerous behaviour of a government who, for some reason, thinks that they have the right to ignore democracy. Elected in a democratic process, but ignoring democracy at its heart. It begs belief, Madam Speaker, that this is the way the CLP is doing business, but it also begs belief, Madam Speaker, that the CLP thinks that this is the way to do business when it comes to doing business on country or protecting business on country. And when I say business, I'm not talking about the financial transactions that you might think in the Western way. We're talking about the business of cultural protection and ceremony and songlines that are linked to those important sacred sites that goes to the essence and the very heart of why the Sacred Sites Act was first developed. And we know the CLP likes to ignore the experts. We've seen it time and time again in just the very short 9 months that they have been governing the Northern Territory. And to be honest, Madam Speaker, I didn't think they'd be this bad so early. I thought they'd give themselves the honeymoon period and get their wins and get their gloss and make themselves look good before people started getting really pissed off with them. Like, I thought they would actually give themselves a buffer before they angered people or frustrated people, disenfranchised people, ignored people, disengaged people, or, so in this very case, silenced people across the Territory. And I can rattle off multiple examples, Madam Speaker, but I'm sure they're all pretty embarrassed by the amount of people that they have ticked off in such a small amount of time of a government. It's going to be a very long 4 years, that's for sure, Madam Speaker. It will be a very long 4 years for people of the Northern Territory to witness a government that doesn't listen, that doesn't take criticism, that rules with an iron fist because they don't like criticism or they don't like providing answers and they don't like being constructive. That's what the 4 long years will be, Madam Speaker, because Territorians, probably similar to what I'm already starting to, will be beating their head against the wall because they have a government now who doesn't listen and promised that they would do their best for Territorians. And right now, Madam Speaker, we are at a tipping point where Territorians are starting to see the true colours of the CLP, where they are starting to see that the CLP was all talk and absolutely none of the substance that they promised at the Territory election. And that's the real damning part when it comes to laws, legislation, bills, consultation in this House. Because no matter what we say, they don't have to like what we say, but we do come to this place, elected by our own places across the Northern Territory, to do our job. We have even had some difficulties at times, Madam Speaker, and I'm sure you've been aware because we have expressed our concerns where sometimes we're not even sure how we're going to best do our job because the government's trying to play games with their legislation that they'll be bringing on. How does anyone in a 17-dominated government and a 25-seat parliament think that it is good governance practice to play games when it comes to the general processes of Parliament? And that goes back to the questions around the Scrutiny Committee and the concerns that have been raised. That the song and dance that the CLP made of, yes, we brought back the Scrutiny Committees, but actually we'll pick which bills get scrutinised. We'll dominate the conversation in the Scrutiny Committee about what public hearings can and cannot happen. What are they afraid of, Madam Speaker? They're afraid of the truth, it seems like. They're afraid of doing the hard work themselves because doing all of that process also means you have to be agile. You have to be flexible if you're going to make the best laws possible. But at the moment, they have an idea of what government maybe is. A lot of them are struggling in their ministerial offices and roles. I've heard from many, many stakeholders, and are starting, as I've said, Madam Speaker, to absolutely enrage Territorians around the way that they work and do business. I've never seen it. I've had stakeholders who've said they've never seen it either. And the sad thing is, Madam Speaker, I have to say, don't worry, it's not just you. I'm hearing it from everybody. Every single stakeholder I meet with who has these frustrations, Madam Speaker, is seeing it, hearing it, and scratching their heads and wondering why me, why us, why our organisation. But that's the one area they're not discriminating in, Madam Speaker, is their incompetence to do their job, to do it properly, and to do it in a way that produces the best type of legislation possible for Territorians. Because remember, we're not in here legislating for the CLP voters, you're in here legislating for the whole of the Northern Territory. But anyone would think, Madam Speaker, that they're only thinking of their core base Conservative voters when it comes to any legislation in this House. And that is the real downfall of this process, Madam Speaker. The genuine partnerships that we're talking about, the work that is done, the concerns that are raised, they won't even meet with some stakeholders, Madam Speaker. It just absolutely blows my mind. They won't even meet with the key stakeholders, or when they do, they say words, they're disingenuous when they say it, run away and hide, and then go and do the exact opposite of what they said they were going to do, like Minister Burgoyne has done, like we heard from the CLC through their letter and their media release today. They're not alone, unfortunately, Madam Speaker. They are not just the one stakeholder who's been ignored or has been told furfies to. And it will continue to be a dangerous and slippery slope for the CLP, but we will continue to do our job in the long 4 years of a government who's running around trying to figure out how to be government, who's making laws that are not fit for purpose, that are not modern and contemporary and not the wishes of Territorians who are impacted by those bills and legislation. And it's almost cringeworthy and embarrassing to have to tell people that that's what you've got, that's what we've got for the next couple of years. So we'll continue to do the best in our job as opposition, Madam Speaker. We'll continue to make sure we're representing all views, not just the views of those who voted for Labor or those who voted for us in our 4 electorates of the Labor opposition. We will do our job and take forward all of the concerns, questions, ideas that Territorians have, because that's what Territorians expect of us. And unfortunately, less and less now, Madam Speaker, that is not what Territorians are expecting from the CLP government. And I honestly thought it'd be at least sort of 12 months before we'd start to see the shakes and the wobbles, but it's come much sooner. I mean, much to my delight. It's quite fun to watch sometimes too, Madam Speaker, and to unfortunately listen to those frustrations. So it's doom and gloom for them on that side, Madam Speaker. It's definitely not doom and gloom for us on our side, because we're getting the affirmations that we thought would happen if there was a CLP government. We've seen, obviously, the results in the federal election that have told us the same sort of thing. It'll be very interesting to see what type of processes the CLP government will employ to try and defend the horrible, bad and lazy way that they're doing government in missing processes, absolutely cutting out scrutiny. And the CLP government has been completely ignoring those important voices of those concerns of Territorians that have been brought for, but not just before the House today, Madam Speaker, actually written in black and white for the Scrutiny Committee to see and to pass on to government, with no response from government. So everyone who's waiting for your reply from the government around how they were going to make the Sacred Sites Act better based on your submission to the Scrutiny Committee, don't hold your breath, because you'll probably pass out. Because what is happening now, Madam Speaker, is going to be the norm for the CLP government. They think they know better than the experts. They think that They can consult willy-nilly or they're not consult at all, in pretty much this case. It's going to be an absolute...
Extension?
It's going to be an absolute roller coaster for the down. But I look forward to watching them hit rock bottom, Madam Speaker, because we'll be able to provide the way up as Labor.
Member for Nightcliff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to give my contribution on this bill. And first, I'd like to echo comments made by a delegation of council members from the Central Land Council in response to the introduction of this bill. Sacred sites belong to traditional owners, not to the government. Traditional owners know the stories of these sites, their dreamings and their significance for ceremony, all of which make up a cultural system that is very much alive and vibrant and has been for thousands of years. Traditional owners are the custodians of their sites and the sacred cultural knowledge that is attached to them, meaning that the government should not change the law protecting their sites without a robust consultation process with them. Media releases from the ARPA Board and the Northern Land Council, as well as the Central Land Council, make it clear that this bill has not been properly consulted on and does not have their consent. Madam Speaker, the scrutiny committee process was a complete farce. People had only 1 week to create submissions, and the CLP members of that committee voted against having public hearings. Shame. That is how much transparency and accountability means to the CLP. That's the most clear and recent example of how they have no regard for listening to Aboriginal voices. We even heard from our colleague, senior Yolngu leader and member for Mulka, who wanted to make a submission but couldn't because he was having heart surgery. How broken are our processes when our own parliamentarians aren't afforded the time to submit their contributions and their incredibly valued contributions to the so-called scrutiny committee? The new provisions allowing for the transfer of authority certificates and the addition of recorded parties are framed as administrative efficiencies. However, these mechanisms pose significant risks which are raised in the submissions to the scrutiny committee, which were then ignored by the majority of the CLP, the majority of the members. There are strong concerns that transfers could sever the authority certificate from the original consultation and cultural conditions, therefore posing very real risks of damage to protected sites. During the briefing I had with ARPA and the department, they confirmed that there would be no need for the transferee to receive any additional briefings or information before the transfer is complete. I understand that an authority certificate is detailed. However, if there is not a willingness or desire to genuinely protect these sacred sites, then there is no guarantee that they will engage thoughtfully and thoroughly with the limitations provided. These third parties will be able to access and utilise land without renewed engagement with custodians and without the consent of the traditional custodians. Communities should have the right to know and have control over who they are engaging with. One of the transferees could have a terrible track record in which they have damaged sacred sites in the past, and yet there isn't a mechanism to prevent the transfer. These changes are diluting the integrity of authority certificates as instruments of cultural protection. We are seeing the commodification of sacred site clearances, transforming them into transferable assets rather than the outcome of culturally specific and site-based negotiation. I'm concerned that these proposed amendments are contrary to Section 73(1)(a), the Aboriginal Land Rights Act, which enables the NT to enact reciprocal legislation providing for the protection of and the prevention of the desecration of sacred sites. The NT may not have the power to enact the proposed amendments unless they embed requirements for consultation with and obtaining the consent of custodians as outlined in the NLC's submission to the Scrutiny Committee. Consent is central to all aspects of land rights, and these changes fail to ensure proper consent is gained. The addition of enforceable undertakings, if done well, could have provided means for greater avenues of justice. However, due to this poor construction of it, many groups are rightly concerned. As Nurulungi Native Title Aboriginal Corporation outlined in their submission, quote, We are concerned this scheme for enforceable undertakings is being introduced to favour developers who breach the Act by making available a more lenient form of punishment than those currently available and allowing serious breaches to be sidelined from consideration by the court system. We are also concerned that ARPA does not have the investigative and compliance powers it needs to properly administer the new scheme in any effective way. End quote. As an enforceable undertaking removes the ability for other civil or criminal legal pursuits, should an enforceable undertaking be pursued, it is considered not to be an admission of guilt by the party responsible for the damage. This is practically a get-out-of-jail-free card. As the CLC stated, quote, allowing enforceable undertakings changes the focus of the Act. Instead of emphasising protection of sites, it provides a mechanism to avoid prosecution for damaging sacred sites. This risks allowing damaged sites to become merely a cost of doing business, end quote. We know that the CLP have dubbed this the year of their year of action, certainty and security, but this seems to only be in service of big corporations. There is no certainty or security being provided to traditional custodians. In fact, these changes have the real potential to rob communities of both these things. It is becoming increasingly obvious that this government does not respect the principle of self-determination and the reality of Aboriginal sovereignty, both of which are essential elements to closing the gap between Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal peoples. In fact, the dismissal and disrespect of self-determination and sovereignty has been prominent in their agenda since entering Parliament last year, demonstrating one of the many ways in which they have failed to address the gap in the Territory. In fact, they haven't just failed to act productively, they're taking action that risks widening the gap. Within the first 6 months in Parliament, this government has discontinued the treaty process in the Territory, stifling the valuable progress made by countless Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal people who strove to build a mature and nuanced relationship between the Northern Territory Government and First Nations people. They've removed treaty as a ministerial portfolio, along with local decision-making, remote housing and homelands. They've lowered the age of criminal responsibility that will fuel incarceration rates. They've made draconian changes to public housing that prioritise evicting tenants over supporting them, and they've introduced a powerful territory coordinator to destroy country for big business, all of which will disproportionately affect Aboriginal people. They've refused to criticise the NT Police even after the Office of the Independent Commissioner Against Corruption concluded that, quote, any person of reasonable intelligence, end quote, would see evident racism in a series of informal awards handed out by NT Police. They're aligned with the Liberal National Party, who do not respect welcomes to countries or struggles for Aboriginal justice in general. So considering the actions that they have taken in government so far, it comes as no surprise that this government is now seeking to erode the role of Aboriginal voices in our sacred site regime and exclude their voices from its reform process. This government could hardly be more blatant in its clear disregard for perspectives of our land councils and of other Aboriginal organisations like Larrakia Nation. We must listen to the perspectives of organisations that are experts in the field and who work tirelessly to protect sacred sites, land rights, native title rights, culturally informed land management practices. As previously raised by these organisations, there is space for reform in this bill, but it must be co-designed with all relevant parties, not merely industry parties who benefit from its dilution. As outlined by traditional owners and the land councils that represent them, they are often supportive of sustainable development and willing for the usage of their land to provide opportunities for employment and income for their benefit. However, less confidence in our statutory regimes to protect sacred sites may diminish the support that traditional owners often give to proponents that wish to develop industrial projects on their land and near their sacred sites. As the CLC stated in their supplementary submission, quote, the combined land councils have spoken up for many years about the need to strengthen the Act, including by recognising the sacred sites processes of land councils. Instead, the government is fast-tracking amendments that please land users and developers without consulting Aboriginal Territorians, despite the enormous significance sacred sites protection has for us, end quote. There was, Madam Speaker, a real willingness for groups like the land councils to work with the government on this, to make good changes, and so it is deeply disappointing to see this failure to truly consult once again. We have one of the strongest statutory regimes in Australia for the protection of sacred sites. Let's keep it strong so we can give traditional owners confidence that they are making informed decisions. Madam Speaker, I do not support these changes going ahead.
Member for Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak on the Northern Territory Aboriginal Sacred Sites Legislation Amendment Bill. This bill proposes significant changes, as we've heard, to how sacred sites are managed, protected and respected in our Northern Territory, and I say at the outset that I do not believe it should pass in this form. I want to start by acknowledging the members in this chamber who this legislation directly affects. I acknowledge the members for 𝙏�㝄𝙈𝙆𝙎, 𝙏𝙈𝙈𝙀𝙎 and 𝙏𝙎, that this is a bill about your people, your sacred sites and your laws. This is a bill which has been developed with totally inadequate consultation with Aboriginal people. As we just heard the member for 𝙏𝙎 say, yesterday we heard the government talking about the need for sensitive and respective consultation about voluntary assisted dying. And in this chamber, we all agreed. This government should be exercising that same respect, that same sensitivity in this issue, an issue that is at the centre of law and culture of Aboriginal people. This bill, as we've heard, was referred to the Scrutiny Committee, and I'll speak further to that shortly. The Scrutiny Committee's role is to inform the government about the impact of proposed laws. I'm on that committee and I take that job very seriously. I'll therefore be sharing the issues identified in my dissenting report to help inform our decision-making in this chamber today. And I want to thank now at the outset all of those who made submissions to that committee, and to let you know that I'm committed to making sure that the government hears the issues that you have raised. I also take note of the member for Drysdale's comments this morning that we cannot outsource our decision-making. I agree, member for Drysdale. I agree that we are elected with the trust and responsibility of our communities to make wise decisions. And I'm bemused that you seem to think that listening to expertise to inform good decision-making is giving up power. I wonder then, in the absence of this, what you think a good process is that ensures that here in this chamber we make the best laws we can. When we have a law which is designed to impact specifically on one group of people, people who understand intimately what the impact of that law could be and who can help us as lawmakers ensure that it works and works well, how is listening to them giving up our power? And in the case of this bill, as we've heard, the decision by CLP government members of the Scrutiny Committee to oppose public hearings on this legislation is deeply troubling. The exclusion of public hearings has prevented meaningful consultation with key stakeholders who are directly affected by this legislation. It undermines transparency and it limits the opportunity for Aboriginal Territorians to express their views and share their expertise on a bill that impacts on their cultural, spiritual and land rights. This lack of engagement fails to sufficiently consider the rights of Aboriginal people, and this is a critical aspect of the Scrutiny Committee's mandate. And further, refusing to hold public hearings undermines our process as it reduces the information that we have access to on the committee, and as a result, our understanding of the bill and our capacity to make informed recommendations concerning it. Sacred sites are part of a living, dynamic tradition and are integral to Aboriginal cultural heritage. The proposed amendments fail to address the full scope of the issues and miss an opportunity to improve the regulatory framework meaningfully. Instead, what they do is risk undermining the Northern Territory's reputation for having one of the most effective frameworks for protecting sacred sites. As I said at the outset, I do not believe that this bill should pass in its current form. I want to just start by making sure that everyone in this chamber understands what is meant when we talk about sacred sites. The Aboriginal Area Protection Authority tells us that sacred sites are places within the landscape that have deep significance under Aboriginal tradition. And as I understand it, and as I have had the great privilege of learning a little bit about it from traditional owners, sacred sites are everywhere, not just out in the bush. In fact, there's one just down the road here where the waterfront currently sits. Sacred sites are important to the cultural fabric and heritage of the Northern Territory. They're an intrinsic part of a continuing body of practices and belief emanating from and within Aboriginal laws and traditions. They give meaning to the natural landscape, they anchor cultural values and spiritual and kin-based relationships in the land. Some sacred sites may be places where only certain people can enter. Sites and the rituals associated with them may also be restricted to women or to men in accordance with Aboriginal tradition. Revealing the existence of such sites to members of the opposite gender is considered dangerous and potentially life-threatening. Sacred sites belong to Aboriginal custodians whose responsibility it is to protect these sites and whose rights and roles are codified through kinship and relationship to land. They are responsible for managing the site, keeping it safe and making sure that it is used in accordance to ROM. Aboriginal people know that sacred sites can be dangerous and powerful places, and sites can play an important part in their health and well-being and in the health and well-being of all of us. Activities such as cutting down a sacred tree or digging into sacred ground may have serious consequences both for the person causing the disturbance and for the people who are the custodians for that place. According to Aboriginal law, if custodians of sacred sites allow a site to be damaged, other Aboriginal people will hold them responsible. So in the Northern Territory, Aboriginal sacred sites are recognised and protected as an integral part of our cultural heritage under the Aboriginal Land Rights Act and the Northern Territory Aboriginal Sacred Sites Act. And it's the responsibility of all of us, all Territorians, all visitors to this place, to respect and preserve the sacred sites according to the wishes of Aboriginal custodians. That's why it's so important that we listen to those wishes as part of amending this legislation. And there's no denying that reform of this legislation is long overdue. The Act hasn't been amended since 1989. Many Aboriginal organisations, land councils and custodians have long called for improvements that would both strengthen sacred site protections and streamline the process for all parties. This bill, however, does not deliver on that opportunity. Instead, it introduces changes that undermine core principles of independence, transparency and Aboriginal cultural authority, all while being pushed through without the level of consultation that such a sensitive and consequential bill demands. Let me begin with the process, because process matters. As I said, and as we've heard in this chamber, this bill was referred to the Scrutiny Committee, of which I am a member, and the report from this committee was tabled in the chamber earlier this week, but the two dissenting reports, one from myself and one from the member for 𝙏𝙎𝙈, were not mentioned. Unfortunately, we were not given the chance to speak to them, as the CLP has altered the sessional orders, removing the opportunity for dissenting reports to be addressed when the committee's report is tabled. I've said many times that the reintroduction of a scrutiny committee is a very positive step, and I've welcomed it. But it seems that the promised increased accountability and transparency are yet to be realised. Time and again in this chamber, the government has resisted referring bills to the committee, and this week even changed the sessional orders so that only the mover of a bill can refer that bill to the scrutiny committee. There is no longer any capacity for anyone else to do so. For me, for all of us, this should raise serious questions about the government's actual commitment to scrutiny. And when a bill is referred to the committee, like the one before us, the expectation is that we will follow process and hear from those who the bill will affect. However, the bill is dominated by government members, and therefore the government members have the power to limit what we do, including, as they did in this case, refusing to hold public hearings. Madam Speaker, the Scrutiny Committee, as per the requirements of our role, held a public briefing and called for submissions. The woefully inadequate timeframe, only 1 week, was unworkable for many Aboriginal communities, particularly those in remote areas, people who require time to properly engage with their communities effectively. And despite this, the committee still received 30 submissions. And as noted above, most of them agreed that a review of this Act was long overdue. They also highlighted concerns about the amendments, which I will address as I speak today, and about the lack of adequate consultation and limited timeframe for commenting on the bill. We've heard some of that today, but I'm going to repeat it at the floor because I think it's really important that we all understand this.
Member for Johnston, I ask you to pause. We have some special guests in the gallery, the members of the Howard Springs Scout Groups and their leaders, honourable members. I ask you to extend a warm welcome to everyone in the gallery this evening. My apologies, Member for Johnston. Please continue.
And welcome from me as well. To continue, as noted by the Central Land Council, who said there's been no genuine consultation about this bill with the Central Land Council or the people it represents. CLC's Executive Committee were very clear with the Minister that they did not consent to the bill, nor regard the meeting that they had with the Minister as adequate consultation, nor does a one-week comment period to the Scrutiny Committee constitute adequate consultation. The CLC maintains its first recommendation from its 2015 submission that no amendments be made to the Act without first obtaining the explicit consent of the 𝙈𝙈 Board and the 4 Territory Land Councils. This has not occurred here. The combined land councils have spoken up for many years about the need to strengthen the Act. Instead, the government is fast-tracking amendments that please land users and developers without consulting Aboriginal Territorians, despite the enormous significance that sacred sites protection has for us. Sacred sites belong to Aboriginal people, not the government, and the government should not change the law protecting our sites without consulting us. Achieving lasting and successful legislative and policy outcomes in the Territory can't be done by cutting corners at the expense of Aboriginal people. I also note that in the public briefings, a government member of the Scrutiny Committee assured board members of 𝙈𝙈, some of whom had travelled vast distances to attend that public briefing, that, and I quote, "there will be time for submissions for their voices to be heard." I want to make that very clear, so please pass that message on. They will have plenty of time to voice their concerns. This was on Tuesday the 1st of April, with submissions due by Friday the 4th of April. That is, there were 3 days for people to voice their concerns. I'm not sure in what context 3 days is plenty of time. And as noted above, many stakeholders who did manage to develop and provide submissions in the timeframe noted that challenges with language, remoteness and the time required to bring people together make a one-week timeframe to provide a submission unworkable for many of the people that this bill will directly affect. Many submissions also indicated that they would appreciate the opportunity to talk with the committee in a public hearing, as is standard practice for bills of this significance. They are the cornerstone of transparency, democratic accountability and genuine consultation. They allow those most affected by legislation to speak directly to lawmakers and to the public. And I repeat again, these are laws that directly affect the cultural and spiritual heritage of Aboriginal Territorians. And in this case, the 3 CLP members of the committee chose to block them from talking. That means that Aboriginal custodians, land councils, community organisations and concerned Territorians were denied the opportunity to speak directly to the committee about a bill that directly affects the protection of their sacred sites. By preventing this, the government closed the door on vital voices, and it sent a message, whether intentional or not, that these changes will go ahead regardless of what Aboriginal people think. The non-government members of the committee, myself and the member for 𝙏𝙎𝙈𝙀𝙎, strongly argued in favour of public hearings to allow stakeholders to voice their concerns and also to provide the required expertise vital for proper scrutiny of this legislation, essential to our role in this committee, to strengthen the legislation, to make sure that we're making law that is going to work well. It remains unclear to me why the majority of the committee opposed having public hearings. And as a member of that committee, I apologise to Aboriginal people, organisations and others who were denied the opportunity to address the committee directly. For a bill about sacred sites, places of cultural, spiritual and historical significance to Aboriginal people, this approach is not only inappropriate, it's profoundly disrespectful. I now turn to the bill itself. The committee heard in multiple submissions that Aboriginal people, custodians and their representative bodies support amending the Act in specific ways and according to their advice to both maintain protection for sacred sites and to increase efficiency. The current Act has not been amended since it commenced operation in 1989, and this is a missed opportunity which could achieve the intention of the bill as outlined in the explanatory statement. In the public briefing, the department referred to the 2016 PwC review, which I note is now 9 years old. This review made 39 recommendations, yet only one of those recommendations has been included in this bill. There's also been significant changes in knowledge since the review, and a more contemporary review, particularly in the context of Northern Territory regulatory approvals concerning development, could have aligned better with government objectives and with stakeholder needs. There are several specific areas of concern which were identified in submissions. First of all, in section 7, in relation to board members. So under this section, the Minister will have the power to recommend the appointment and termination of 2 ministerially appointed authority members. This will occur at the Minister's discretion, and the Minister does not have to provide any reason for the appointment or the termination. The committee's made recommendations that there are criteria for appointment. However, it remains deeply problematic to many people that there is no criteria for dismissal. As ARPA noted, the proposed amendments grant the Minister discretionary power to recommend the removal of government-nominated authority members without any requirement for cause or justification. This represents a significant shift in governance that threatens the independence of the authority. Unlike the carefully structured process for Aboriginal member appointments, where nominations come from the land councils and removals must be justified on clear grounds, government-nominated members could now be removed at will. This introduces the potential for political interference. These amendments create a pathway for governments to exert undue influence over the authority's decision-making, particularly in cases where its responsibilities to protect sacred sites conflict with government development priorities. The authority's credibility relies on its ability to operate free from political pressure, and any changes that weaken this independence risk eroding public, industry and Aboriginal trust in its ability to uphold the protections enshrined in the Sacred Sites Act. This amendment also raises an issue of inequity among board members because situations are specified under which the administrator must terminate the appointment of a board member. However, the reasons under which a minister must terminate a ministerial appointed member are not specified. Termination of the minister's nominated members at the minister's discretion is inconsistent with principles of natural justice, introduces inequity between ministerially appointed board members and other members of the authority, and is not transparent or accountable. Madam Speaker, this bill must include clear criteria for the termination of ministerially appointed members, ensuring transparency, ensuring natural justice and ensuring accountability. On the transfer of certificates, which we've heard other members on this floor talk about, this is the only amendment recommended by the government that comes from the 2016 PwC review, noting again that there were 39 other recommendations that they could have drawn on. This amendment removes all discretion from the Aboriginal Area Protection Authority in the transfer of certificates. The implications of transferring an authority certificate from one proponent to another or adding additional people to the certificate without consultation were addressed in many submissions. Several examples were presented which demonstrate that these amendments should not be viewed merely as administrative and that ARPA needs to have discretion over the transfer of the identity of the holder of the certificates. ARPA noted that these amendments remove their ability to assess whether or not a transferee is a fit and proper entity to hold the certificate. A certificate issued to one entity may not be appropriate for another. This increases the potential disputation and legal risks associated with a party who, for example, has a conflict of interest, is in a legal dispute with custodians, has a poor compliance history or a history of inappropriate behaviour towards custodians. The NLC identified similar potential risks and said that the authority needs to be assessing whether or not the new entity has previously contravened sacred sites legislation or not complied with an enforceable undertaking in the Northern Territory or elsewhere, is insolvent or otherwise unable to undertake the works the subject of the works that are the subject of the certificate for financial or other reasons, has previously been convicted of an offence under sections 33 to 35 of the Act or section 69 of the Land Rights Act, and it is likely they may offend again, or has a history of poor dealings with the custodian of the sites that are the subject of the authority certificate. Many submissions emphasise the need for consultation about any change to the authority certificate. For example, This is not just about how the land is used, but also by whom, that the holders of an authority certificate need to be aligned in values and priorities and can be trusted to honour the authority with care and with integrity. Similarly, 𝙏𝙈𝙈𝙀𝙎𝙏𝘼𝙈 Aboriginal Corporation expressed concern that the bill allows authority certificates to be transferred without consulting Aboriginal custodians, and sacred sites are not just paperwork, they're part of living culture. Excluding traditional owners from these decisions is unfair and disrespectful. It's both prudent and efficient that the authority retains discretion over transfer of licences. As noted in ARPA's submission, in the vast majority of cases, the transfer of an authority certificate would be completely uncontroversial. However, there will be some instances where certificates, for a variety of reasons, may not be fit for the purpose of transfer. It's essential that this bill ensures that the authority retains discretion on transferring certificates. Given that these amendments remove that discretion, this is another reason that it should not be passed. The bill also introduces a new provision for enforceable undertakings and an alternative to prosecution in cases where sacred sites are harmed. While some people welcome this and provide some flexibility, there are also serious gaps. People identified serious gaps in how this provision is drafted. Concerns were raised about the consultation process for custodians, the scope of the scheme and ARPA's ability to administer it. Several submissions, including those from 𝙏𝙄𝙈𝙀𝙈 𝙀𝙈 Aboriginal Corporation, the CLC and the NLC, argued for the need to explicitly include the requirement for consultation. Crucially, there is no clear requirement for consultation with custodians in developing these undertakings, even where remediation work is proposed. The bill also allows undertakings to be made without any admission of wrongdoing, even in cases of desecration. Allowing serious breaches to be resolved through behind-the-scenes deals without acknowledgement of harm or direct involvement of the custodians undermines justice and the purpose of the law. These same Aboriginal corporations and land councils noted that an enforceable undertaking must include consultation with custodians, as it's essential that any plan to undertake remediation work is developed in collaboration with custodians and that custodians are present when that work is undertaken. And it's critical that the views and wishes of traditional owners are the primary consideration for the authority's decision about whether to accept an undertaking. Insertion of that as a primary mandatory consideration would reflect the commitment given by Minister Burgoyne to the NLC on 10th April 2025 that traditional owners would be the ones who decide if a company would be allowed to give an enforceable undertaking. Many submissions express concern that the drafting of the bill is unable to contend with serious breaches where sacred sites are desecrated or harmed, and that this undermines the deterrent effect of criminal and civil penalties. The NLC specifically expressed that due to the seriousness of the harm involved, the NLC does not consider an enforceable undertaking is an appropriate remedy for desecration of a site under Section 35 of the Act. There's also concern that the amendments do not provide ARPA with the necessary investigative and compliance powers to properly administer the new scheme in an effective way. And I quote again from ARPA's submission, the authority has no explicit power to compel information, conduct site inspections or verify compliance with an undertaking. This creates a significant enforcement gap and reduces accountability for non-compliance. These powers have been the subject of previous recommendations to amend the Sacred Sites Act, but they are not included in the current bill. This bill must ensure that consultation must take place with custodians before an enforceable undertaking takes place. Any contraventions of Section 35 should be removed from the ambit of the enforceable undertaking regime, and ARPA must be properly resourced and afforded powers to investigate and enforce compliance. This bill could have been a real opportunity, a chance to modernise the Sacred Sites Act in ways that enhanced both protection and regulatory clarity and in a way that is led by Aboriginal people. But that's not what we've got. Instead, the government ignored most of the recommendations of its own 2016 review. And while development pressure has clearly been a driving force, Aboriginal voices have not been included. This is a fundamental failure of process and it's a fundamental failure of respect. Sacred sites are not symbolic, they are living cultural landscapes. They are law, they are history, they are the heart of Aboriginal identity and responsibility, and we have a duty not only to respect that, but to legislate in partnership with those who hold that law and hold that knowledge. This bill, in both process and content, does not meet that standard. It introduces real risks to sacred site protection, weakens institutional independence, and has been rushed through, as we have heard from many members today, without proper consultation or public scrutiny. This all describes a process that prioritises speed over substance and convenience over cultural integrity. I heard the member for 𝙏𝙈𝙆𝙎 say earlier that no one in this chamber should be talking on this bill today, that the government should not have brought changes to these laws without first consulting Aboriginal people, and I agree. And I speak here as a non-Aboriginal person who has been tasked with being part of lawmaking that I have no right to take part in, and I recognise this. I'm deeply grateful to Aboriginal Territorians for their ongoing care for country and for custodianship of sacred places. And I also thank all of those who contributed to the scrutiny committee process for sharing your wisdom and ideas, and I once again express my regret that we did not offer an opportunity to learn more from you in order to strengthen this bill for the benefit of all Territorians. There is still time to do the right thing. So I urge this Assembly to pause, to listen and to re-engage with the people this bill affects most. Let's take the time to consult properly, to strengthen, not erode, the independence of our institutions, and to draft legislation that reflects the values of fairness, of partnership and of respect. Because protecting sacred sites is not a barrier to development, it's the foundation for meaningful and successful progress for all Territorians and for the whole of the Northern Territory, not just those this government appears to represent. Let's listen to the wisdom in this chamber. As the member for 𝙏𝙎𝙎 invites us over and over again, let's work for 𝙏𝙎𝙎𝙎, a peaceful way of working together and causing no harm. Madam Speaker, I strongly oppose the passing of this bill today. Thank you.
Are there any more speakers? Minister, in closing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable members for their contributions to this debate. As we have discussed this evening, the purpose of this bill is to amend the Sacred Sites Act and the regulations to ensure they are contemporary and remain effective in achieving their purpose. 3 key amendments, which we've discussed in detail today, include formalisation of the existing composition of the members of the Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority Board, which will ensure continued strong representation of traditional owners, along with additional expertise in development and governance. The existing practice includes 10 Aboriginal members nominated by land councils and 2 additional members nominated by the Minister. Transferring and adding parties to authority certificates, which allows for existing certificates to be transferred or have additional parties added as long as the proposed work and use of the land are the same, and all existing conditions in protecting the sacred sites remain unchanged. The enforceable undertakings, which will provide a useful tool for the authority to continue to ensure rigorous protections of sacred sites in the NT and ensure they have increased powers to ensure remediation occurs where there are any issues. The Aboriginal Land Rights Act requires that laws concerning sacred sites must provide a mechanism which takes into account the wishes of Aboriginal people in determining the extent to which those sites are protected. With regards to the transferring of authority certificates, this process is administrative in nature, and all protective conditions imposed at the time of issuing the original certificate will carry over to the new party, or as new names are added, ensuring the continuing protection of sacred sites. This new provision is consistent with the requirements of the Commonwealth's Aboriginal Land Rights Act, as it does not seek to change any of the protections initially imposed, which would have considered the wishes of the relevant custodians for the extent to which sacred sites are protected in respect of the same work and use. There is no proposal or intent to change the way any sacred site is protected. Where there is a change to the works or proposed use of land, or a proponent seeks to change the protective conditions that have been imposed, this administrative transfer would not be available, and the proponent must apply for a new authority certificate. Similarly, with long-term large-scale development projects involving multiple entities, the amendments will allow the holder of an existing authority certificate to apply for additional individuals or groups to be listed as recorded parties. Currently, each entity must go through the process to obtain a certificate, even if it is for the same area of land and the same works. The amendments simply allow for continuity of approved work where there is no change to the nature or location of the work or the use of the land. Most importantly, Madam Speaker, the provisions do not permit new types of work or altered activity without further assessment and, where necessary, renewed consultation with custodians, something which many have spoken about here this evening, Madam Speaker. The suggestion that this prioritises economic development over cultural authority is totally unfounded. This approach is consistent with the principles of both the Sacred Sites Act and the Commonwealth Aboriginal Lands Right Act, which aim to protect Aboriginal cultural heritage while enabling responsible land use. The implementation of an enforceable undertakings regime will introduce a fair and constructive approach to compliance, allowing for negotiated outcomes for minor breaches rather than immediate prosecution, something that the very ARPA board, the organisation, have called for. The bill does not reframe or diminish the authority's core role of protecting sacred sites. It maintains the authority's fundamental responsibility to ensure that any proposed use of land does not pose a risk to sacred sites, and that custodians are consulted and their knowledge respected before a certificate is issued. These changes are designed to empower the authority, but also to encourage greater collaboration between proponents and the authority by creating opportunities to resolve issues with respect to sacred sites. It has been more than 30 years since the Act has been substantially updated, during which time there's been considerable economic, political and social developments in the Territory. I've had a number of conversations with industry stakeholders who have raised the issue of certificate cost and the inability to transfer, as well as the resulting inefficiencies that stem from those issues. We want proponents to get their certificate, Madam Speaker. We want them to look at their certificate like it's that golden ticket, something they must work hard to obtain and then work hard to comply with. That's why this bill is aimed at reducing the duplication in process. It's providing much needed and long overdue clarity around fees and enforcement, which will be addressed through changes to the regulations. The Territory has some of the strongest sacred site protections in Australia, mentioned by those opposite here today. The Territory has some, and there is absolutely no intention to change that. These amendments have been in discussion for some time and are necessary to improve the process for everyone involved. In regards to consultation, Madam Speaker, which has been spoken at length this evening, in addition to the extensive consultation with traditional owners, industry stakeholders and government agencies as part of the comprehensive 2016 review, I engaged in a face-to-face meeting with the board of the authority where I gave notice that I intended to make amendments to the Act. A face-to-face and video conference with executive members of the 4 land councils on Thursday the 20th of March 2025 and a face-to-face meeting with the full Central Land Council at Yulara on Thursday the 10th of April 2025, where I answered more than 30 questions from councillors over a 1-hour period, Madam Speaker.
Silence.
In regards to the legislation of the Scrutiny Committee report, and this is important to acknowledge the work that's been done. This government appreciates the careful work of the Scrutiny Committee report, Madam Speaker, and I thank each of the members for their work in consideration of this bill, as well as each member or organisation in our community who made submissions. The government notes the advice obtained by the committee from the independent legal advisor, Mr. Ned Augustin, which confirmed that the amendments were not in fact contrary to the Aboriginal Lands Right Act, commonly known as ALRA. The report stated on page 18, as noted in the explanatory statement, Professor Augustin agreed that, in his view, proposed sections 24A and 24B are not inconsistent with the ALRA or section 42 of the Act, being the transfer provisions, Madam Speaker. I'll now go through the recommendations that the committee put forward. Recommendation 1, the committee recommends that the Legislative Assembly pass the Northern Territory Aboriginal Sacred Site Legislation Amendment Bill 2025 with the proposed amendments set out in recommendations 2 to 4. This government accepts, Madam Speaker, that recommendation in part in that the government proposes to pass the bill but without change. Careful consideration was given to each of the recommendations in consultation with the authority, and the basis for this decision is as follows. Recommendation 2. The committee recommends that proposed section 6 be amended to include criteria or matters the minister should take into account when nominating members of the Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority. It is considered that legislative amendment is not required for this, as this matter can be worked through between the minister and authority operationally, as it has been done in the past. And I really do want to highlight here, Madam Speaker, the reason for the change in this Act is because it is not explicitly laid out currently in the Act as to the process for the minister to appoint and to essentially terminate, if needed, ministerial appointments. Recommendation 3. The committee recommends that to ensure the integrity of the original authority certificate is retained, consideration be given to amending the bill to provide that the substance of the authority certificate is separated from the identity of the holders of the certificate, such that the certificate contains the substance of the given authority, including any conditions, with an addendum that identifies the holders of the certificate. Again, Madam Speaker, this is an operational matter for the authority, and legislative amendment is not required. As an administrative change, this is not necessary to be legislated. It would also be an administrative burden for the authority by requiring an additional register to record the authority certificate holders. This was something, Madam Speaker, I spoke to the authority about how this could or could not work, and this is the advice that I've been given, Madam Speaker. Recommendation 4. The committee recommends that if not covered by an existing process, proposed sections 24A and B be amended to require that the authority must notify custodians of an authority certificate transfers and the names of the holders of the certificate. Once again, I have consulted with the authority on this, and notifying custodians of any authority certificate transfers and the names of the holders of the certificate is another operational matter that the authority is already working through, Madam Speaker, so it does not require legislative amendments. I would now like to acknowledge some of the comments made from honourable members in the chamber today in response to this bill. And I would like to thank the member for Arafura, the member for Mulka, the member for 𝙏𝙎𝙈𝙋𝙎, the member for Daly, the opposition leader, the member for Nightcliff and the member for Johnson for your contributions this afternoon. And I'll go through a number of comments that were made in regards to the legislation, the bill that's being put before here this afternoon. Meaningful consultation was something that was raised by all members here this evening, Madam Speaker. And I do sincerely want to once again highlight the consultation that was gone through in regards to this bill. We have had these meetings, Madam Speaker, both with the board, both with the land councils. I was invited in writing by the Central Land Council to attend their meeting and attended that. And I would like to thank the Land Council, the Central Land Council, for writing to me in my capacity as a minister. And we certainly went out of our way to ensure that we could make that meeting at Yulara. We drove there, we listened to what everyone had to say. And once again, these are the representatives of their regions. They were very passionate in the words in which they spoke, and I was able to outline our government's reasons for why we are putting forward this bill. And I actually thought it was a very productive meeting, and I'm very thankful once again for their time and for my ability to stand in front of them all and explain why we are making these amendments. Madam Speaker, when members opposite spoke about weakening these sacred sites laws is simply incorrect. This is to strengthen sacred sites, and sacred sites need to be known about and protected, and by ensuring there is an ability for people to transfer authority certificates means that more people will ensure that they have an ARPA certificate, that they know where the sacred sites are, and they can be protected, Madam Speaker. It was mentioned by the member for Arafura that if a knowledge holder from 1993 passes away, their protections might be lost. I want to really highlight the fact that the whole reason for the ability to transfer ensures that the knowledge from that knowledge holder is held in perpetuity. That certificate, that knowledge, that story that was told in that certificate as it was originally laid out will be held in perpetuity for all time as it's transferred. The enforceable undertakings, and this is something that was mentioned by a lot of people, and I think there was a lot of confusion under the enforceable undertaking, something I would really like to highlight here this evening. It was spoken about by the member for 𝙏𝙎𝙈𝙀𝙎 that this was something that he'd worked on in regards to drafts, so I'm unsure whether he supported or not in regards to the enforceable undertakings. There was talk about $160,000 and the fact that the penalties needed to be changed and be made higher, yet through two terms of Labor government, Madam Speaker, there was absolutely nothing done in regards to this, nothing brought before, so that was quite interesting, Madam Speaker. Once again, there was talk that from the member for 𝙏𝙎𝙎 that was very good legislation in regards to enforceable undertakings. The reason why enforceable undertakings have been brought in, Madam Speaker, is at the request of the authority. Right now, as it stands, there is very blunt tools in regards to recompense for traditional owners that feel that there have been breaches, whether it be exclusion zones into desecration of sacred sites or damage to sacred sites. And it was mentioned a number of times in here today that some members felt that $160,000 in regards to recent decisions made by the courts was insufficient. What enforceable undertakings will mean, Madam Speaker, is that the authority, in conjunction with traditional owners, will be able to go to an entity and they will be able to decide if they can come to an agreement on the relevant compensation and works that may need to be paid to ensure that traditional owners are satisfied. If at the end of an enforceable undertaking process, someone is still not happy with the enforceable undertaking that's been agreed to, legal proceedings can take place. I think that's a really important process to talk through. This is to ensure, and it was raised and has been raised by the member for 𝙏𝙎𝙎 during his speech, about the money going to TOs. And this was something that a lot of people may not understand. When ARPA, the authority, take legal action against an entity and the legal action is successful, the money goes to the entity which has taken that legal action. That's what I've been advised in regards to this. It was something TOs raised with me. So the enforceable undertaking regime, if there's an agreement put in place between traditional owners and a proponent, there's the ability there for traditional owners to be able to receive compensation as a result of that. And I think that's something, Madam Speaker, that many people have overlooked in regards to this.
Opposition Leader, please, just silence.
There were many other comments made, Madam Speaker, throughout this evening. I think it's important that we also note many people spoke about the scrutiny committee being a farce. Once again, it's a process, Madam Speaker, for people to have their voices heard, as is this debate this evening. It's an opportunity, Madam Speaker, to hear from those opposite, hear their concerns. It is their job to get out and consult with their communities. And by the sounds of it, some have, some believe that they haven't had the ability to do so all the time. Cannot continue, the offender. And I think it is important to mention, because this is something, Madam Speaker, that many people perhaps that are new to this chamber will not understand, is that in the past, in regards to legislation and debates that have been had in this chamber. When the Country Liberal Party was in opposition, we were silenced. There was motions to move that the question be put, and very little ability for us to actually speak on many debates, which was extraordinarily frustrating. So I think this evening I've genuinely sat here through everyone's contributions, Madam Speaker. I've listened genuinely and listened to everyone's contributions because it's important. It's important legislation. I think everyone acknowledges that. We may differ in our opinions on the ability for this to strengthen the Sacred Sites Act. It is genuinely our consideration that by doing this, it will mean more people get an ARPA certificate, Madam Speaker. That is what I want. It frustrates me when we chat to people out in the regions and they say it's just too difficult. It's too difficult to get an ARPA certificate. The process is too costly, it takes too much time, and at the end of the day, we have no idea. What this government is trying to ensure, Madam Speaker, is that a proponent that may be seeking to purchase new land, that may be seeking to come to a new site, continue on the exact same work that is being conducted there, they will be able to transfer that certificate to them, understand explicitly where those sacred sites are, the provisions that are held in that ARPA certificate, and comply with them.
Enough.
In closing, Madam Speaker, agreeing to this bill provides for long overdue modernisation of this legislation to bring it in line with contemporary expectations for both sacred site protection and development, and is a step towards clearer, more efficient processes in the Northern Territory. Madam Speaker, before I close, I would like to acknowledge all officers who contributed to this bill, including from the Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority, the Department of Chief Minister in Cabinet and the Department of Lands Planning Environment. Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the Assembly.
The question is the bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. I think the ayes have it. The Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Northern Territory Aboriginal Sacred Sites Act and the Northern Territory Aboriginal Sacred Sites Regulations.
Minister.
Madam Speaker, I seek leave to move the third reading.
Is leave granted?
Aye.
Leave is not granted. We will move into the consideration in detail stage.
Order. The Assembly will consider the Northern Territory Aboriginal Sacred Sites Legislation Amendment Bill Serial 23. Can I ask if anyone would like to highlight any clauses they particularly want? Clause 1, Leader of the Opposition.
Start with 1. Do you want them all?
Yeah, yep, please.
Clause 1, Clause 2, Clause 4.
So we're going to go through each clause? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. No, that's absolutely fine. Okay. Look, can we now just focus on consideration and detail, please? No interjections, thanks. And look, we are going to go through clause by clause, which is the right of the Assembly. And having said that, I do remind people that they do need to address their questions towards the particular clause at the time. Okay. So the question is that clause 1 stand as printed. Those of the opinion say aye, to the contrary no. No. I think the ayes have it. Member for Arafura.
Clause 1, what is the effect of including both Act and regulations in the title?
Mr Deputy Speaker, thank you, Member for Arafura, for the question. The bill, when passed, will be cited as the Northern Territory Aboriginal Sacred Sites Legislation Amendment Bill. Clause 1 states the short title of the bill.
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr Chair, thank you, Minister. It would be unusual for an Act to have the regulations in the title. Why is it just included as an annex?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. The regulations in this case work with the transfer provisions, which is why that is the case.
Thank you, Minister. So just to clarify, rather than have it as a separate annex, having it in the title means it's all part of the one Act, essentially. If it was going to change, you would have to change the whole legislation rather than just the regulations, if you were to amend it in the future.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Leader of the Opposition, to be very clear here, one fee is for the transfer of certificates. That's what's coming as part of this bill in the regulations. There will be further regulations that will relate to other parts of the bill.
Thank you, Minister. So just on the tail end of my previous question, if the regulations are to change, would that require an amendment via Parliament, or could you change the regulation in the normal process?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. These two fee structures are being written into the Act, but they will be, there's the availability to change regulation at a further stage, at a further date.
And Minister, would that require an Act of Parliament, or could that be via just a gazettal process?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. It would not require us to come back to Parliament to change those regulations.
Thank
you. Clause 2.
Have we finished on Clause 1?
Yep.
Okay, so the question is that Clause 1 stand as printed. Those of the opinion say aye, to the contrary no. Aye. I think the ayes have it. Clause 2, Member Arafura.
Clause 2, why not fixed date to allow implementation readiness?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member for Arafura. The bill will commence on the day after which the administrator's assent is declared, such is the case with most bills that come through the House, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Will transitional guidance be available immediately after following assent?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member for Arafura. The purpose of obviously having two of the regs written into the Act means that it can commence and there are fees in place in regards to the structure. The rest of the regulation, as with many bills that pass through the House, will be formulated and ensured at a later date. Anything that needs to be worked out in the meantime will be worked out through with the Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Minister, once the assent by the Administrator enacts the amendments for this legislation, will the department or the Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority issue any type of notification to landholders who have already issued an ARPA certificate in the past so that they are aware of this change?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Just to confirm, Leader of the Opposition, are you asking whether ARPA will advise every single ARPA certificate of the changes to the legislation?
Yes.
20,000 certificates. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. There are some 20,000 authority certificates, I believe, that have been issued by the authority over its time. They won't be going through one by one to advise current authority holders of the changes. What will happen, I guess, is that any time anyone interacts with the authority, seeks to transfer a certificate or commence a new one, they will be working with the authority to ensure that they are complying with the relevant regulations.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Mr Chair. So, Minister, a proponent who may be looking to get a transfer certificate may be aware of this amendment in Parliament tonight, and once it is assented by the Administrator for commencement under Clause 2. So would that then mean there is a disadvantage to the landholder who's originally issued one of the 20,000 ARPA certificates in not knowing if what this change actually means once it's commenced as per Clause 2?
I think we're going away from Clause 2. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm happy to answer further questions in regards to the transfers of certificates at the relevant clause. Right now we're talking about the commencement date, which will be on the commencement date will be on the day which the Administrator's assent is declared.
Thank you, Minister. We'll obviously ask that question a little bit later as well, but obviously the purpose is just to say because we don't have a commencement date, it's whenever the Administrator signs off on it, how would people know that the transfer is then available if they've issued an ARPA certificate, which then may be requested to transfer? Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? No? The question is that Clause 2 stand as printed. Those that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. Aye. I think the ayes have it. The question is that Clause 3 stand as printed. Those that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. No? Any questions? No questions? Okay. So the question is that Clause 3 stand as printed. Those that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. Aye. I think the ayes have it. The question is that Clause 4 stand as printed. Those that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. Aye. Member for Arafura.
Clause 4, Section 3. Does the new definition of recorded party provide sufficient clarity for enforcement?
So thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member for Arafura. A recorded party for an authority certificate will mean a person who is specified in the certificate as a recorded party for the certificate.
Member for Arafura.
Why doesn't this recommend guidance on implications for liability?
Mr Deputy Speaker, thank you, Member for Arafura. It's simply amending the definitions to ensure that those that are listed, we've got an enforceable undertaking defined by new Section 39B, a recorded party. So it's simply amending those definitions. Thank you.
No further questions? Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Minister, in terms of the enforceable undertaking, would any penalties, if there were penalties, remain the same?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. I'm happy to discuss that further at the relevant section. These are simply defining the amended definitions.
Okay. No further questions? The question is that Clause 4 stand as printed. Those that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. Aye. I think the ayes have it. The question is that clause 5 stand as printed. Those that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. Leader of the opposition.
In terms of the clause 5, around the nomination for the members, Minister, will you be setting out a clear criteria of how those members would then meet the the criteria to meet the appointment of yourself, and any future minister in this position?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Opposition Leader. To be very clear here, this section is amended to clarify the way in which the Minister can appoint those members of the authority. The previous Act, the way in which it was written, was very, let's say, grey in regards to the actual function, the way in which a Minister could appoint and or remove ministers' members onto that board. This clarifies the process in which that will now take place and the ability of the Minister to appoint or to remove members as he sees fits.
Any further questions?
Thank you.
The question is that clause 5 stands...
sorry.
Member for Johnson.
Why are comparable qualities specified for Aboriginal criteria specified for Aboriginal members of the authority and not for ministerial appointed members?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member for Johnson. The balance is essential on this board to ensure that decisions made by the authority take into account a wider range of interests. Obviously, as it relates to the Aboriginal members, those members are put forward by the relevant land councils. So there are nominated members, and then obviously the ministerial members, as with many boards that have ministerial members, are appointed by the Minister.
Any further questions? The question is that clause 5 stand as printed. Those that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The question is that clause 6 stand as printed. Those that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. Member for Arafura.
Clause 6, section 7. Are you aware of stakeholder concerns that this change could politicise the authority and erode independence?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member for Arafura. I want to be very clear in regards to this. Previously, ministers were able to choose anyone they deemed necessary to go on that board. To say now that it's a political... What were the words you used, Member for Arafura?
Erode independence.
So this does not seek to erode the independence of the board, simply to ensure that the minister's appointments are just that. They are members appointed to the board of the minister.
Like the Attorney General.
Member for Arafura.
Does this allow the minister too much discretion over the authority composition?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member for Arafura. To the contrary, it clearly identifies the way in which the minister can appoint and or remove any member that is appointed under the minister. It was not made clear in the previous Act. This makes it very explicitly clear.
Member for Johnson.
Why does the administrator not also have the power to terminate ministerially appointed members if they're incompetent or misbehave?
There's nothing stopping him from doing that. Thank you very much, Member for Johnson. As with many...
Oh, now that's an attractive front bench over there. God, you look...
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member for Johnson. Just to confirm, any decision made by the Minister in regards to a statutory authority, that is my understanding, the advice I've just been given, still goes to the Administrator for sign-off. So I guess at the end of the day, the Minister makes the decision as to whether to appoint or to remove, and then the sign-off is made by the administrator.
Thank you. So just to clarify, the administrator does not have the power to terminate a ministerially appointed member if they misbehave or are incompetent.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member for Johnson. The practice is not that the administrator steps in and removes someone. The practice is that the minister recommends someone be removed and that the administrator fulfils that ability, fulfils that request.
Any further questions, Member Farrell-Fura?
A few more. Can the minister explain the justification for granting broad new powers to terminate board members of ARPA at will?
Certainly. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member for Arafura. Once again, there has been what has been happening in practice in regards to ministerial appointments to the ARPA board, and there is what is articulated in the current Act. What we do is formalising the actual process by which a minister can appoint and remove ministerial appointments to the ARPA board.
Any further questions? Member Farrell-Fura.
What safeguards are in place to ensure that the independence and the integrity of ARPA will not be compromised by political influence and interference?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much, Member for Arafura. The makeup of the board in itself is 10 members put forward by the land councils and only 2 members put forward by the minister. So there will always be, even in low quorum situations, a majority Aboriginal members put forward by the land councils.
No further questions? Member Arafura.
Has the minister considered consulting Aboriginal stakeholders in Land Council before introducing these changes? If not, why not?
So thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I believe in my wrap-up speech I covered off on consultation in regards to the sections of the bill.
Why has the government chosen to grant such broad ministerial powers to remove members from the ARPA board, given stakeholder concerns around the independence and impartiality of ARPA?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I believe I've answered those questions.
Thank you. No further questions? Member Farrell-Fura.
Can the minister provide assurances on how political influence will be mitigated under provisions?
Sorry, Member Farrell-Fura, could you just repeat that question?
Can the minister provide assurances on how political... Oh, wait, sorry. Yep. Can the minister... Can the minister provide assurances on how political influence will be mitigated under these provisions?
So, Deputy Speaker, again, the provisions clarify very clearly. It reflects that such persons are the minister's own nominees. Once the minister makes a recommendation, the minister may remove the member or appoint when a member is being appointed to the ARPA board. Mr Deputy Speaker, I would also like to advise ARPA has advised me that there's closer to 4,000 certificates, not 20,000. Would not want to be found to be seen to be misleading. Just want to clarify that. I've been told previously 20,000, but now I've been advised it's closer to 4,000.
Last question on this one. Why wasn't limits or criteria for termination? Why wasn't limits or criteria for termination to prevent potential abuse included?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member Farrell-Fura. It's not the issue with which we are trying to remedy. The issue with which we are trying to fix here is that the Act does not clearly specify the ability for a minister to appoint or to remove members onto the ARPA board. That is the issue with which we are trying to fix.
No further questions? The question is that Clause 6 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. Aye. I think the ayes have it. Question is that Clause 7 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. Aye. No. Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Minister, what safeguards exist to ensure sacred site protections are upheld with the new parties?
Sorry, Opposition Leader, just repeat the...
Yep. What safeguards exist to ensure sacred site protections are upheld with the new parties, like the people who are getting the transfer?
The transfer. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. As with all ARPA certificates, it outlines the responsibilities in regard to the certificate, outlines the sacred sites that and any restricted work areas that may to be entered into, and obviously anyone that is being transferred a certificate has to ensure that they comply with the undertakings in that certificate.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Minister, can the government explain how this bill complies with section 73(1)(a) of the Aboriginal Land Rights Act of the Northern Territory, which explicitly requires the consideration of Aboriginal wishes when legislating about sacred sites?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. The new provision is consistent with the requirements of the Aboriginal Land Rights Act, Northern Territory 1976, as it does not seek to change any of the protections initially imposed, which would have considered the wishes of the relevant custodians regarding the extent to which sacred sites are protected in respect of the same work and use.
Member for Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. What protection does this bill offer to prevent an entity which has previously contravened sacred sites legislation or not complied with an enforceable undertaking in the Northern Territory or elsewhere from receiving a transfer certificate?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member for Johnson. I think what's really important to note throughout any transfer or authority certificate that's granted to anyone here in the Northern Territory is that as long as they comply with all the relevant conditions in that ARPA certificate, they're allowed to continue. If they breach any of those, they will be open like anyone else would to either prosecution or now the enforceable undertakings, if agreed to, with ARPA traditional owners and the certificate holder.
So to clarify, thank you, Minister. So to clarify, there is no protection offered if someone has previously contravened the Act, is insolvent, has done something against the Sacred Sites Act. It's only if they do something wrong in the future. Is that, have I understood that correctly?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member for Johnson. I think what's important to remember through this process is that we're not prejudging any proponent or anyone in regards to this. As long as they comply with the ARPA certificate, which has been issued, and ensure that they are protecting the sacred sites laid out in the certificate, they will be allowed to continue their activities. If at any point in time they do not comply, they are found to be breaching that, like anyone else, will obviously have either legal ramifications or will have to enter into an enforceable agreement as agreed to between ARPA and the traditional owners.
Thank you, Minister. I just want to be completely clear. So an entity which has previously been convicted of an offence or acted against the Land Rights Act, that will not be taken into consideration when a certificate is transferred.
I think I've answered the question, Member for
the
Johnson.
The answer is yes.
I know what you're trying to get at.
No, I'm trying to understand, but thank you. Can I go again? Not the same question. Minister, can you clarify what would happen if an authority certificate is transferred and the certificate's silent on a particular aspect of the proposed works, such as the height of a building, for example, that may not have been considered in the original application? Specifically, what are the consequences if the new certificate holder proceeds with works that were not originally envisaged, which result in harm or desecration of a sacred site and go against the wishes of traditional owners?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member for Johnson. What's important to remember is that the conditions that were laid out in the original authority certificate carry over, and it ensures that whoever conducts work that is the same in nature of the original certificate can do so complying with the necessary conditions as part of that ARPA certificate.
So, thank you, Minister. So just to clarify, if there is part of work that was not envisaged in the original certificate and that work is against the wishes of traditional owners, that work will still be able to go ahead with the certificate transfer.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member for Johnson. What's important is that the original certificate, with all its conditions, carry over to ensure the protection of any sacred sites that may be impacted.
Member for Johnson.
I just want, so once again, I want to be very clear. If there is something that was not envisaged, we know some of these...
Member for Johnson, I think the Minister's answered this a number of times. I don't think he needs to restate it.
Okay.
Okay. No further questions? Yes. Member for Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Minister, what is the rationale for allowing authority certificates to be transferred without fresh consultation with Aboriginal custodians?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. As been outlined in my explanatory speech here this evening, it is important to ensure that the original intent, the protection of those sacred sites as laid out in the original certificate, is carried through in perpetuity. That is what this is seeking to do, to ensure that the sacred sites are acknowledged and are protected into the future, and that any transfer, any new owner that comes into that site can have that ARPA certificate transferred over so they are aware of the sacred sites and have to comply with the conditions laid out in it.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Minister, how will the government ensure that cultural knowledge and sensitivities are appropriately considered if a certificate is transferred decades after its original consent?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. As we've spoken about here this evening, it's about ensuring that the intent of that certificate to protect the sacred sites is transferred through in perpetuity. That's why it's such an important act.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you. So, Minister, if an Aboriginal custodian who wanted to revoke an ARPA certificate, could that occur, which would then mean that the transactional certificate could not take place?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. There's no ability to revoke currently... I'll just check, yeah. There's no ability to revoke an ARPA certificate, and that's currently the case, yeah.
Thank you. Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Minister. And I know you've spoken about this at length in your debate on the bill and your wrap, but just wanting to reassure people who may have questions around this with the transfer. If we're talking about the transfer of authority certificates, if there was a new development on country, a new proposal, new proponent, etc., just to clarify, that proponent would still need to go through the new a whole process of applying for the certificate. They wouldn't automatically get a transfer if it was a different type of development. I know it's been explained like for like. Just the rationale for the question, Minister, is around particularly the open letter from the CLC today, which talks about the size of a like-for-like project. If it's a small mine versus a large mine, could that then cover that? Or if it was a complete change of scale of project?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. The intent is that as long as the agreed works are the same, so if someone has authorised an ARPA certificate for someone to conduct mining activities on that land and they are going to continue operating a mine on that land, then it may be transferred. That is the intent of the bill. As we often see certificates quite often, and it can be a very lengthy process. So it's about ensuring that we have the original agreement, which, as my discussions with ARPA often talk about the length of time and the in-depth consultation that occurs to ensure that an ARPA certificate can be issued. That's why I guess we're streamlining this process, is once all those processes have been gone through, once all the sacred sites have been identified, once the knowledge is then in that certificate and the protections in place, it's able to be transferred.
Thank you, Minister. Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you. Minister, the reason for the next question is around what's happened recently, as you would be aware, in my electorate, where a sacred site has been damaged and destroyed. In this case, if a sacred site no longer exists, could a transfer of authority certificate still occur even if the sacred site has been damaged or no longer exists? For example, another, in my case mine, another proponent comes in to to develop a site, but the sacred site under that ARPA certificate no longer exists because it's already been damaged by the previous ARPA certificate holder. Now we can just mine everywhere. Like what happens to mine mob, the Jalen mob who owned that mine site and said yes, and then
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. What's important is that the sacred sites are clearly identified. If in any case, as you've outlined, a sacred site is destroyed, obviously action will be taken by the authority, but the site itself remains as part of the certificate, and I think that's important to acknowledge.
Thank you. That's heartening to hear. Thank you, Minister. Next question for the same section is, Minister, have you received legal advice on the potential breach of the principle of free, prior and informed consent as protected in the federal legislation? If you could just place that on the record.
I think we've received legal advice. So. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. I think what's important to raise is that the advice which has been given both to the Parliament, to the committee, does not raise any issues in regards to these amendments and their legality, their ability to engage with the Act.
Thank you. So, Minister, just confirming you have received legal advice.
We have received legal advice.
Thank you. Minister, given the overwhelming opposition in submissions that have been received to the Scrutiny Committee regarding the transfer authority certificates with renewed custodial consultation, why has this provision been retained in this legislation?
In regards to transfers?
Yeah, yes.
So, Mr Deputy...
In terms of the opposition through the Public Scrutiny Commission, why has the government kept this clause in, this provision in?
This is the intent of the bill and what this government is seeking to do.
So it's purely based on government principle, not on the submissions of organisations and land councils?
Mr Deputy Speaker, Leader of the Opposition, I think it's very important. We've spoken a lot this evening about the recommendations, the 39 recommendations of a report in 2016. Some believe that there should be more recommendations out of that report included in this. What we can all agree on is that the transferability of certificates was part of that review. We've taken that along with another, what I guess some would consider minor, some would consider alterations to the bill, one being enforceable undertakings, which was put forward at the authorities' guidance to ensure that there's strong regulation in the ability to protect sacred sites and to ensure that we can streamline approvals processes whilst also ensuring the protection of sacred sites throughout the Northern Territory.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you. Yes, lots of referral about the 2016 report, nothing about the 2023 or 2024 work. Minister, what safeguards exist to ensure that original cultural context and custodial consent are still respected if authority certificates are transferred?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. The conditions laid out in the ARPA certificate.
Member for Johnson.
Minister, if a new building is being put on a site, will that require a new certificate so that the specifications of that building can be...
Member for Johnson, I think we addressed this in previous...
It's all right, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm happy. It's very important to understand that the original ARPA certificate that has been issued, as long as the... As long as the works and use are the same as the original issue of the certificate, then the same works and use of the certificate can be continued, can be added to other parties, can be transferred.
So a new building would require a new certificate? It's a genuine question.
Absolutely. So if there is as long as the use is the same as the original authorised certificate, then they are able to continue utilising that space in line with the conditions laid out under the original ARPA certificate.
Thank you. No further questions? Member for Arafura.
24B. Why does the bill allow new parties to be added to the existing authority certificates without consulting with custodians?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member for Arafura. Regarding the new section 24B, it reduces regulatory burden and red tape in long-term projects involving multiple parties by eliminating the need for each new party to apply for a separate authority certificate for the same work and land, ensuring continuity and efficiency.
No, Member for Arafura.
What steps will be taken to ensure custodians remain fully informed about additional parties added to certificates issued for their land?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member for Arafura. That is an operational matter for ARPA, and in my conversations with ARPA, they've advised me that that is something that they would be undertaking to advise traditional owners.
Leave to the opposition.
Minister, why wasn't it just added into this new subsection since it's being created?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. As with all bills, anything that's passed through, there is that needs to be explicitly laid out in the Act, and that which is deemed to be operational. The authority also gave me examples where if in one case there was no continuation in regards to certificate holders, and it's explicitly laid out they must, how are they actually meant to find someone that doesn't exist? It's about ensuring that we give ARPA the ability to operate, to do the work in which they've been doing for many years, whilst not explicitly putting something into the Act which may then inhibit them from taking part or fulfilling their role under the Act.
Member for Arafura.
Does the Minister acknowledge that this provision risks undermining trust between Aboriginal custodians and developers?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member for Arafura. That's not the intent.
Okay, no further questions?
Oh, yes.
No,
sorry.
I thought she was getting up. In light of submissions highlighting risks to custodial authority and cultural integrity, why does this bill allow additional recorded parties to be added to certificates without custodial consent?
Once again, Mr Deputy Speaker, thank you, Member for Arafura. It's really important. The ARPA Act outlines very clearly their role in ensuring that they are protecting sacred sites. As long as the certificate is transferred appropriately, all the information conditions are transferred across. So they are fulfilling their role in protecting sacred sites whilst ensuring that a certificate can be granted to a new entity.
Last one. How will custodians be informed of new parties being added to certificates affecting their sacred sites?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member for Arafura. In line with the operational workings of the ARPA, of the Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority.
Any further questions? Okay. Question is that Clause 7 standards printed. Those that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. Aye. I think the ayes have it. Question is that Clause 8 standards printed. Those that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. Aye. No. Member for Arafura.
Clause 8, Section 25. Could this unintentionally expand immunity for misconduct?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member for Arafura. This clause updates Section 25 as a consequential amendment. It's something, I guess, that happens as a result of updating other parts of the Act, of the new Section 24B, so that both the holder of the authority certificate and the recorded parties can use or work on the land in accordance with the authority certificate.
Member for Arafura.
Can the Minister clarify the circumstances under which enforceable undertakings would be accepted as an alternative to prosecute for damage to sacred sites?
Happy to, Mr Deputy Speaker, in the relevant clause.
Leader of the Opposition.
Clarify which clause we can ask that same question, please.
Clause 9, next one.
Thank you.
Member Farah-Fura.
Where am I? All right. Will custodians be involved in negotiations or have any say in the terms of enforceable undertakings?
Mr Deputy Speaker, I think we just need to sign off on Clause 8 and then I'm happy to answer any questions on Clause 9.
Member Farah-Fura, Clause 8.
Clause 8 still. How will transparency and accountability be guaranteed and why is there no mandatory requirement to inform custodians?
So once again, Mr Deputy Speaker, thank you, Member for Arafura. It's not explicitly written in the Act to ensure that ARPA don't then not comply with the very Act in which they're meant to. It's an operational task for which they have advised me it is something that they would do.
Member
Farah-Fura. Given Scrutiny Committee submissions expressing concern about enforceable undertakings undermining custodial involvement and transparency, why has the government opted for this mechanism over prosecution?
Happy to address that in Clause 9.
Can the Minister detail how custodians will be involved in decisions regarding enforcement undertakings following damage to sacred sites?
Happy to address it in Clause 9, Mr Deputy Speaker. I believe we're still in Clause 8.
We are.
Yeah, keep going. Does the Minister acknowledge that without clear liability limits for recorded parties, there is a risk that accountability is diluted? Why not include them?
So just to be clear, this clause updates Section 25 as a consequential amendment of the new Section 24B, so that both the holder of the authority certificate and the recorded parties can use or work on the land in accordance with the authority certificates. It's simply a consequential amendment as in regards to what we're doing to 25 and 24B.
Member Farah-Fura, stay in Clause 8, please.
Yeah, Clause 8 still. Did the government consider the potential for unintended immunity implications?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I don't believe it's relevant to the clause.
No further questions, Clause 8? Okay, the question is that Clause 8 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. Aye. I think the ayes have it. Question is that Clause 9 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. Aye. Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you. Just some of the questions, obviously, from the previous section. Minister, can you clarify the circumstances in which enforceable undertakings would be accepted as an alternative to prosecution in regards to damage to a sacred site?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. An enforceable undertaking will be entered into between ARPA and a proponent if, in any case, an alleged contravention of this Act or term or condition of an authority certificate has been found to have been occurred.
Would, Minister, there be any notification to the land councils to this effect?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much, Leader of the Opposition. As ARPA is the authority that protects sacred sites, it's relevant that they work with traditional owners to ensure that they are protecting those sacred sites.
Thank you, Minister. And if the landowner who had provided that original certificate chose to engage the land councils, would the ARPA also involve the land council on the wishes of the custodian?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. I think it's important to define the operation in regards to this. An enforceable undertaking is something that's entered into between the authority and traditional owners and a proponent. The authority may accept an enforceable undertaking given a person in connection with an alleged contravention of the Act and a range of other issues. Mr Deputy Speaker.
Just before we proceed, can I acknowledge Councillor Chris Civitaresi from the Litchfield Council in the gallery. Welcome.
Yeah.
Leader of the Opposition.
Must be a bit slow in Litchfield tonight to come and watch Parliament. Welcome, Chris. Mr Chair, Minister, will custodians be involved in negotiations or have any say in the terms of enforceable undertakings and the penalties?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The authority, thank you, Leader of the Opposition. The authority must consider the following before accepting any enforceable undertaking: the nature and gravity of the conduct constituting the alleged contravention, if applicable, the maximum penalty provided, the benefits of the proposed undertaking, the public interest, the interest of justice, any other factor the authority considers relevant. So obviously, working in conjunction with traditional owners and ARPA, that is the reason in which enforceable undertakings are being brought forward.
Member for Johnson.
Will the authority be required to monitor compliance with enforceable undertakings, or will this be the responsibility of the party to the undertaking?
So thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member for Johnson. The enforceable undertaking must be in writing, signed by the authority and person who gives the undertaking, and dated. The authority must publish on the authority's website or in any other way determined to be appropriate by the authority notice of the decision to accept the enforceable undertaking and of the reason for that decision. Obviously, if an enforceable undertaking is not completed, then legal action can then, if it's found to not have been complied with, and then prosecution could occur.
Thank you, Minister. So who will be monitoring the compliance? That will it be, just to ask my question again, will that be up to the party to the undertaking, or will it be ARPA?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member for Johnson. It will be ARPA as the Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority.
Any further questions, Clause 9? Member Johnson.
Sorry, following on from that, as ARPA will be responsible for enforcing these undertakings, will there be additional resources for ARPA in order to do that?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member for Johnson. Very separate to, I guess, the clause in which we're talking about, but I've had at-length discussions with ARPA in regards to ensuring that they have all the necessary resources they need as, I guess, we transfer this Act over.
Any further questions? Member of the Opposition, Leader of the Opposition, sorry.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Minister, given Scrutiny Committee submissions expressing concerns about enforceable undertakings undermining custodial involvement, transparency, why has the government opted for this mechanism over prosecution?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. It's not that we're putting this over prosecution. It was made very clear to us that the tools available to ARPA to resolve disputes between traditional owners and proponents, or in some cases, I guess, not go down the road of legal prosecution if it's not what traditional owners want, is very limited. If there is any currently desecration, damage, entering into prohibited areas that is made aware of ARPA, then it's been advised to me that prosecution was their only means of dealing with that. What we are trying to achieve here is another tool by which ARPA can work with traditional owners and proponents to ensure that there can be an amicable outcome in where traditional owners feel as though any reparations can be made to ensure that their sacred sites are protected, and that if they wish work to continue to occur, it can.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Minister. Can you detail, please, how custodians will be involved in those decisions around enforceable undertakings following a damaged sacred site?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much, Leader of the Opposition. It's very much an operational matter for ARPA. Currently, as it relates to any matters of damage to sacred sites, they work with the relevant traditional owners and obviously prosecute that matter. If there's another option in regards to enforceable undertakings, they will inform traditional owners and work with them on the best course of action.
Thank you, Minister. And as this is a new process that's being inserted, or new provision that's being inserted, would ARPA then provide a list of possible or available enforceable undertakings so people know what actions would be pursued if there was a sacred site damage, if it wasn't a financial penalty? Prosecution, sorry.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. New section 39B4 clarifies that negotiations about the undertaking do not affect or compromise the legal rights, claims or positions of any party involved. Generally speaking, if negotiations fail, neither party can use what was said or agreed upon during the discussions against the other in any future legal proceedings. So it's about ensuring that we try to find an amicable, enforceable undertaking. If one cannot be made, well then legal prosecution is still available to ARPA.
Thank
The
you.
opposition.
Sorry, that was a very good answer, Minister. I was actually thinking of a bit more of a more simple undertaking in terms of would a criteria appear with ARPA to show people what enforceable undertakings may look like, because it's a new provision. So would there be something on a website that would then show these are examples of what enforceable undertakings would be, because obviously prosecution is quite clear.
New section 39C2, it requires the authority to consider various matters before accepting an undertaking, including the nature and gravity of the conduct, the maximum penalty for the alleged contravention, and the benefits of the proposed undertaking and the public interest and the interest of justice. So there's a number of things for which ARPA must consider, along with traditional owners, before entering into any enforceable undertaking.
Well, thank you, Minister. Would that be published somewhere available for the general public, or would that only be retained within ARPA itself?
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. Any agreed enforceable undertaking, as stated previously, has to be published on the website.
Thank you.
Member for Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I think this goes under this clause. What's desecration understood to mean under this Act, and how does this differ from damage?
Thank you very much, Member for Johnson. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. So desecration is an offence, as are other contravention of the ARPA certificate. So the penalties aren't tiered. Obviously, if one of the penalties aren't tiered, so obviously if there's an offence that which occurs, ARPA deals with the traditional owners. Previously, they would have gone through a process of prosecution. Now they'll be able to deal with the proponent to see whether an enforceable undertaking can be agreed to. If not, then prosecution is still available to them.
Thank you, Minister. So, sorry, can I just clarify? So, it will be up to work between ARPA and the TOs to determine whether or not it's desecration. Or it'll be an enforceable undertaking, or there needs to be another pathway. Is that correct?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member for Johnson. So desecration is not defined. If it goes to prosecution, it will be a matter for the courts. If it goes into a agreement, it will an enforceable undertaking. It will obviously be between traditional owners, the proponent and ARPA to decide on a penalty that they all agree to.
Member for Arafura.
How were fee levels determined, and what measures exist to prevent fees from becoming a barrier to custodians?
There's no fee. Yeah. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member for Arafura. There's no fees for custodians for enforceable undertakings. It's, I guess, the fee structure, as far as the regulations go, is something that's worked out between the authority and the regulation. Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member Farrell. There's no fee sought by ARPA to enter into an enforceable undertaking. There's fees for transfers, and obviously there's a fee for a new certificate.
Thank you, Minister.
Leader of the Opposition.
Yeah, our question was just making sure that if a custodian's had a site damaged, they don't have to engage in any fee to have that enforceable undertaking occur.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. No, that's the role of ARPA is to essentially ensure that...
Making sure they're not out of pocket.
Yeah, the traditional owners are represented in these matters.
Yeah, thank you.
Member Farrell.
Has the government modelled potential impacts? Oh, do we still have? Has the government modelled potential impacts of these fees on Aboriginal individuals and communities? And if so, can these assessments be made publicly available?
So I think, Mr Deputy Speaker, that last question just answered that one, yeah.
Member Farrell.
How will this be monitored to ensure undertakings are not used in place of prosecution where warranted?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member Farrell. Obviously, it will be an enforceable undertaking will have to be entered into with the agreement of all parties.
Member Farrell.
Can the Minister clarify the basis for introducing new fees for transferring certificates and adding recorded parties?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. As we've dealt with previously, it's an administrative fee that's been agreed upon.
Member Farrell.
Will there be exemptions or waivers provided to ensure these fees do not become a barrier to Aboriginal custodians seeking protections of their sacred sites?
Thank you very much, Member Farrell. There's a provision in the Act which allows for fees to be waived if ARPA decide it necessary.
Member Farrell.
How will the fees collected be utilised by ARPA? Will funds specifically support Aboriginal cultural heritage initiatives?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member for Arafura. Fees go to consolidated revenue, but ARPA works on a cost recovery model, and I've once again been discussing with ARPA about how we can ensure that any additional undertakings that they now have to comply with can be cost recovered.
Member for Johnson.
I just want to clarify my earlier question. So, in terms of desecration, sorry, I don't really understand this, and people are asking me, and I'm not sure how to answer it. So, if there's desecration of a site, will that be dealt with under enforceable undertakings?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member for Johnson. The whole purpose of this is obviously to ensure that traditional owners and ARPA have another means by which they can seek reparations for any offences that occur in regards to a sacred site. They're not tiering, they're not saying we will or won't deal with different things differently. I'll just confirm, there's no... So the advice that's been given to me from ARPA is that they're unlikely to enter into an enforceable undertaking where desecration of a sacred site has occurred. But obviously, again, it's all about enabling another tool so that ARPA and traditional owners can get the desired outcome. If it was one thing that's always been spoken about to me is that there may not be the ability to get a successful prosecution, in which case, how do you ensure that traditional owners actually get a positive outcome? So although something terrible may have happened, you can't prove who did that to a sacred site. Therefore, there cannot be any successful prosecution. But there may be an entity that's willing to agree to an enforceable undertaking to ensure that they can continue work on that site. And I think that's what it's all about. It's about ensuring that we can get agreement between ARPA, traditional owners, and a proponent, that anything that may go against the ARPA certificate can be dealt with appropriately, because whilst prosecution is the only avenue that's currently available to ARPA, it's not always successful.
Member Farah-Fura.
How will the collected fees be transparently accounted for and reinvested into sacred sites protections?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member Farah-Fura. The benefit of enforceable undertakings is that you enter into an agreement that all parties agree with. As I spoke about earlier, and I want to just make very clear, when a successful prosecution is made between ARPA and a proponent, that funding goes back into consolidated revenue. If an enforceable undertaking is agreed to between a proponent and traditional owners, there's the ability for them to possibly seek compensation. And I think that's what has been made very clear to me in my consultation with members of land councils.
Any further questions? The question is that clause 9 stand as printed. Those that opinion say aye, to the contrary no.
Aye.
I think the ayes have it. The question is that clause 10 stand as printed. Those that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. Member Farah-Fura.
Clause 10A. Do these ensure smooth application of the law to existing certificates and appointments?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member Farah-Fura. This clause inserts new Part VII, covering the new Section 55 regarding transitional provisions to ensure a smooth transition when the Northern Territory Aboriginal Sacred Sites Amendment Act 2025 comes into effect. The new Section 55(1) clarifies that a person who already held office as a member of the authority before the amendments take effect will remain in their positions after the amendments commence. The new Section 55(2) clarifies that an existing member who is not an Aboriginal member will now be considered a member appointed on the nomination of the Minister. This updates their classification without requiring a new appointment. The new Section 55(3) clarifies that Section 7 apply to existing members after the amendments take effect. New Section 24A and 24B apply to authority certificates that were already in place before the amendments. This ensures the certificates remain valid and subject to the updated provision. So the new Section 55(4) provides a definition for the terms amending the Act and commencing. It's all about, I guess, that transitional part of this Act.
Member for Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. So just in terms of the transitional arrangements, I understand the ministerial appointments currently there's one position filled and the other is vacant. Under these new under this new section, does that mean the minister could recommend the existing member could be dismissed and replace them, or will it continue? Will their role continue?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member for Johnson. Obviously, this clause doesn't directly deal with membership. The previous clauses do. As stipulated, once this comes into effect, the Minister will have the discretion as to the ministerial appointments, whether they remain or are removed.
Is it the Minister's intent to dismiss Rachel Perkins?
Look, I don't think
Thank
we
you,
need
Mr.
to
Deputy
take that,
Speaker.
Minister. Member Farah-Fura.
Can the Minister explain why transitional provisions apply retrospectively to existing certificates without any further consultation with custodians?
Thank you, Member Farah-Fura. It's so that every certificate can be transferred, or so that's essentially it. So that it implies.
What assessments have been made regarding the potential cultural risk posed by developers relying on outdated certificate issued under significantly different circumstances?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member for Arafura. I don't believe that goes to this clause. This is purely a clause which has been inserted for the smooth transition from the old Act to the new Act.
Further questions?
Does the Minister agree this retrospective application undermines the original consultation and informed consent principles?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I believe I've answered that question previously.
Member Farah.
In regards to nominated members, is there veto power with the minister appointments compared to the normal Indigenous, the appointees from the land councils?
So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'll allow some leeway here because I don't believe it's relevant to the clause, but I do want to make very clear, in regards to Aboriginal members, there are, so for the 10 positions, there are 20 people put forward to the Minister, which the Minister selects those 10 members, 5 male, 5 female, so it's balanced board. None of that changes. We're just ensuring that, I've dealt with a lot of the previous stuff in the other clauses. So.
Sorry, not Aboriginal members. I mean like the minister appointees to the 10 other members from the land councils, the board members. Is there any difference in power or veto voting power when they vote on things, basically, is what I'm trying to get to.
Yeah, so I think, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, thank you, Member Farah, for your, under the Act, the ministerial appointed members are appointed by the Minister. That's how it works.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Minister. We understand that, but if there was an issue with the ministerial appointed positions, the 2, could the other 10 members invoke some type of veto if there was, say, they felt there was a conflict of interest with the ministerial appointee?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We're getting a long way away from this clause.
I think you're right.
It's a board. It has all the responsibilities of any board under the... what act covers the board?
I think that answer suffices. Thank you, Minister. Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I guess the point is, if there was the thought of political influence in the actual person who's been appointed, one of the 2, or maybe both, of the ministerial appointees, that the other 10 members may
Look, I think the Minister's
defect.
already answered this question. He's mentioned that it operates like a normal board, so we'll just leave it at that. Yeah. Now, any other questions? Member Farah.
Can the Minister justify the retrospective applications of provisions relating to transferred and recorded parties, despite strong opposition from Aboriginal stakeholders regarding cultural risks?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I feel like I've answered this during the transfer clause of the amendments.
Thank you. Member Farah.
What consultation?
Can we specifically talk about clause 10, please?
Yep. What consultation, if any, has been conducted to assess the potential impacts of applying these provisions retrospectively?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I've outlined the consultation which went into this.
Member Farah.
Given significant stakeholder feedback suggesting non-compliance, has the government sought legal advice on potential breaches of the Aboriginal Land Rights Act, and can this advice be tabled?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I've answered that question.
No further questions? Question is that clause 10 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. Aye. I think the ayes have it. Question is that clause 11 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. Aye. I think the ayes have it. The question is that clause 12 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye, to the contrary no. Aye. No. Member Farah.
Clause 12, Schedule 4. Are the fees appropriate and not prohibitive?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member Farah, the fees are something that have been agreed to between ARPA and yeah, it's an administrative fee, application fee. Thank you.
Given stakeholder feedback which calls for waivers to be available for community applicants, will the Minister consider amending?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As previously stated, if someone seeks to have their fee waived, they can seek that through ARPA.
Is there a fee transparency?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member Farah. The regulation outlines the fees.
The Minister is checking no changes, or as you stated in your earlier answer for clause 3, could you change the fees under the regs but not bring it back to the Parliament through the legislation?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. I am able to change the fee structure through regulation after the bill is introduced.
Thank you, Minister, and that would occur via gazettal notice.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. It's my understanding that is normal practice.
Thank you.
No further questions. The question is that clause 12 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. I think the ayes have it. The question is that clause 13 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. I think the ayes have it. Is it the wish of the Assembly that the remainder of the bill be taken together? There being no objection, it is so ordered. The question is that the remainder of the bill stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. I think the ayes have it. The question is that the bill be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. I think the ayes have it. Deputy Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a third time.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no.
Aye.
I think the ayes have it. Division? Division's called. The division is 15 ayes and 6 noes. The ayes have it. The Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Northern Territory Aboriginal Sacred Sites Act 1989 and the Northern Territory Aboriginal Sacred Sites Regulations 2004.